Good evening. Welcome to the July 23rd meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We're happy you're here, listening or watching to our council meeting this evening. First, let's stand. Assistant City Manager, Susan, can you do the Pledge of Allegiance for us? Thank you so much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Okay. Councilmember Zwick is absent at the moment. Councilmember Parra?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Terosis, also absent at the moment. Councilmember De La Torre?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, also absent at the moment. And Mayor Brock.
Here.
Okay. I would now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act.
No.
Moving on. Mayor, there's some agenda management.
Yes. I believe we're going to pull 5A from the consent agenda, and that will be heard in conjunction with item 10B at the request of staff. So again, we are pulling item 5A, and we will be hearing that in conjunction with item 10B later this evening at the request of our city staff.
Mayor, to clarify, public comment on that will be heard later too then?
Yes.
Okay.
Public comment will be heard after 7 p.m.
For item 5A.
And I'd like to hold public comment, if we can, until after the special agenda items. Do we need a vote on that?
Need a vote on that, yeah.
Okay.
Hold public comment for,
Public comment until after item 3A. 3B and 3C. Do I have a motion or a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Parra. Can we hold a roll call vote, please?
Vote on this.
Sorry.
Voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, council. And let's go on to 3A.
Item 3A, commendation for Fedora Primo.
And I will read the commendation. And Councilmember De La Torre, will you walk this down? Yes, of course. And could the gentleman come up to the lower podium? Thank you. Yeah. The other side. There you go. But not yet. And it's,
You take this.
whereas Fedora Primo is the kind of small, beloved neighborhood legacy store with a big footprint that can be found in cities and towns across the USA. And whereas Fedora Primo has been serving its Ocean Park neighborhood for 24 years now, having been opened in 2000 by Frank Strauss, a film producer who saw a need in the industry. And whereas Fedora Primo is like the artisan shops of the 1890s, serving not only the neighborhood, but also a clientele of costume designers, actors, writers, musicians, and producers from around the world who need hats. And whereas in 2017, Fedora Primo was purchased by Frank's IT tech John Frederick Bryant, an entertainment industry production engineer for digital effects and animation, whose credits include Dungeons and Dragons, Multiplicity, Turbulence in the films Space Jam and Hot Shots Part 2, and as video designer for the Odyssey Theater production of Idioglosia, which won a Dramalog Award for design. And whereas Fedora Primo managed to survive the economic downturn of 2008, the pandemic of 2020 to 2022, and continues to serve industry clients and lucky Santa Monica shoppers who happen to wander a few steps off Main Street to the store's location at 216 Pier Avenue to be pleasantly surprised by its old-time ambience and vast selection of hats. And we're in Santa Monica, so I'll add that the hats that they carry, many hats that will try and keep the sun off your head. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members, the entire City Council, do hereby commend Fedora Primo for its quality products and its contribution to the local community, enhancing the style and comfort of its patrons for over 2 decades. Thank you so much. Frank, if you have a couple of words, you can say it if you want.
Oh,
You don't have to.
okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Okay, and if we can have you come around to the front with Oscar.
We'll take a picture right over there. Okay. Oh, you got it?
Why don't you come over here so you're out of Dave's way.
Sure, no problem. I can move. There we go.
Thank you very much. You can buy the hat on his head anytime. Discount for being used.
Next is item 3B, commendation for officers Dilworth and Pike.
They're not here. Oh, yes, they are. One is. I was wondering why there was a well-dressed person in the back. Do you want to read or just present it? Yeah. Councilmember Parra?
Should we wait till the second one gets here?
Do you know if the other officer's going to be here as well?
He's not able to be here, ma'am.
He's not able, okay, thank you. Good question. Oh, thank you. I was looking for
It's
that.
easier to read.
So I'm going to, this commendation was brought forward by Vice Mayor Lana Negrete, and unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here this afternoon because she's having her chemo treatment right now as we speak, but she will be at the meeting later today. But she wanted me to do this on her behalf, and also she wanted me to say as well that she recognizes that you also are one of the officers that recovered her stolen guitar a few weeks ago. So she also wanted to give her thanks for that as well. So thank you. Whereas on July 12th, 2024, Santa Monica police dispatchers received an urgent call from I'm going to start crying. Oh my God. Okay. Santa Monica police dispatchers received an urgent call from a distressed grandmother reporting that her 3-year-old granddaughter was missing from the Panda Express at 1902 Lincoln Boulevard. And whereas the grandmother, after ordering food at the counter, returned to her table to find her granddaughter gone, later learning from patrons that an unknown female had approached the child and left the location with her. Whereas Officer Christopher Dilworth and Robert Pike, members of the Santa Monica Police Department Downtown Services Unit, swiftly responded to the call along with multiple other units and began their search east of the location. Whereas during their search, Officers Dilworth and Pike decided to check the Holiday Motel, where after consulting with the manager, they found the child inside a room. The officers promptly notified dispatch, instructed the suspect to exit, and detained her, successfully recovering the unharmed child and reuniting her with her grandmother. And whereas the quick response, investigative skills, and determination demonstrated by Officers Dilworth and Pike during this traumatic and potentially tragic incident provided relief to a distraught grandmother and to a very, very appreciative city. achieving this resolution within just 36 minutes of the initial report. Now, therefore, on behalf of our Mayor, Phil Brock, the City of Santa Monica, and on behalf of the members of City Council, to hereby commend Officers Christopher Dilworth and Officer Robert Pike for their outstanding service and commitment to the safety and well-being of our residents. Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you so much. If you'd like to say.
Do me a favor and open yours.
Yes, sir.
And then come into the well along with Councilmember Para.
If you want to say a few words, feel free. Or not.
Sure. I didn't have anything prepared to say, but I just want to thank City Council and everybody here for your support of the police department. Thank you.
And I think we'll say, at least I'll say my customary words, be safe out there. Yes, sir. And thank you for your service. Okay, we have to figure this out.
I'll get to this side. Yeah, right here. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Again, appreciate you, man.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. As you saw in tonight's just completed commendation, without a doubt, our police department is second to none in its quick, skillful response to incidents in our city. We have a fantastic team of officers, civilian employees, and leaders who keep us safe every day. On that note, I'm excited to share that on July 31st, our police department will swear in 2 new officers, Ivan Lozano and Paulina Cuenca, at a ceremony that will also include promotions of several officers, awards, and commendations. Our department continues to attract and retain the best officers in the region despite a challenging job market. Congratulations to all who received promotions and awards, and welcome to our new officers. While we're on the topic of the police department, please mark your calendars for National Night Out on Tuesday, August 6th at 5 p.m. This beloved annual event is part of a national community building campaign that promotes police community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie. This year's theme is Past, Present, and Future. Enjoy 80s and 90s themed snacks and games, meet police personnel, human and four-legged, enjoy music, food, and family-friendly activities, and more. And there are many other wonderful events coming up between now and when council meets next. The Summer Fun continues at the Annenberg Community Beach House with a sunset swim this Friday, July 26th, and 2 more, August 9th and 23rd, and a sunset picnic on August 15th. The Endless Summer Camp Concert Series in Tongva Park, which kicked off last year, returns for a second season Saturdays in August. Check out santamonica.gov/events for more info. And it's still a ways away, but reminder that LAUSD goes back to school on August 12th, and our school district starts on August 22nd, so plan your commutes accordingly. There will only be one city council meeting in August, on August 27th, so we'll see you all back here then. I also want to share that the animal shelter is currently full with pets that need their forever home. Adoption fees have been reduced to $20 for a limited time, so please consider opening your family to a new furry friend if you're able. Finally, I do want to provide a brief update to City Council on our work to respond to the 16 item related to the Ebony Beach Club adopted by the City Council this past March. We have done a lot of work over the past few months. Staff from the city's manager's office and the city attorney's office have reviewed hundreds of pages of documents to develop a more informed understanding of what happened. More specifically, staff reviewed news articles, council resolutions, title records, county assessor records, the lease for the Viceroy Hotel, and court documents. At this time, we feel we are making good progress and look forward to continued discussions and due diligence to enrich our current understanding of the history of this property and the White family's experiences. I very much look forward to bringing a report back to the City Council so that we can have further discussion on how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Will we now return to general public input? Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have, I believe, 8 public speakers for this item. I'm going to call the first 5 names. If you could please line up at the podium in front of me. Molly Silk, Christopher Lutz, Jerry Rubin, Wade Kelly, and Denise Barton. You may proceed, Ms. Silk.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Molly Silk, and I am deeply concerned about access to resources for homeless individuals in Santa Monica. And I believe that speaking here today can lead to finding a potential solution in addressing this issue effectively. Recently, in neighboring areas like Venice, sanitation workers have begun removing unhoused individuals living in public bathrooms. Even more disheartening, however, is that county officials say the bathrooms are in dire need of restoration so that they are safe. But where is the concern for the people sleeping with their head 2 feet from a toilet? I really can't understand why the focus of CD11's initiative budget is on beautifying the bathrooms rather than filling up the 1,200 vacant city-owned homeless housing units. I use this example to bring to your attention today the prevalence of Band-Aid solutions from city-financed homeless initiatives. I know that Santa Monica recently adopted a $765 million budget focusing on public safety and homelessness. I am urging the council to look at various initiatives like Clean and Safe and discuss if the interventions that come out of this budget are treating the symptoms of homelessness or are treating the cause. This is an opportunity to reallocate funding from previous Band-Aid interventions and put them towards opening more local mental health beds and creating more affordable housing spaces in Santa Monica. I am not asking for more public transparency in the budget spending, even though I would like to. All I am asking is for each council member to think in depth if the interventions coming out of this budget address the core drivers of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Christopher Lutz.
Hello, good day. I'm a current USC social work grad student, and I'm also an art history graduate. So I'm very much interested in the issue of Prop 28, which is funding for arts education. What I wanted to share with you is really an idea for you to kind of inform you about when you do work with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, when they start making decisions about how they're going to spend this money. I think it's important to understand that the arts historically have been stigmatized, and for different reasons. And in regard to art education, it leads to lack of funding. It's kind of considered almost like a luxury, and so it's the first thing that gets cut. But art is the irony of and the reason why it's stigmatized is that it is seen as not really practical. It's more about self-expression and creativity and like arts and craft. But the irony of this is that the fine arts industry alone is over $65 billion global industry. That's just for the fine art industry. What to speak of fashion, of movies, of designing cars, designing your watches. Just everything that you have is done by creators. Artists are creators, and what we have potentially for arts education is a next generation of creators. And even the way industries are now, even non-creative people need some sort of understanding of creativity. It's just part of our society, so that the industry demand is different nowadays. So what we need to do, or what I'm hoping, what I'm encouraging with this understanding is to support the Prop 28 and making sure that the money isn't supplanted, that it's being supplemented as it's meant to, and that could be done through more detailed like invoices of how the money's being spent, having outside. Oh, I'm out of time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jerry Rubin.
Hi, everybody. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Honorable Mayor Brock, council members, city attorney, city manager, city clerk. honorable police officers, and fellow Santa Monicans. The first thing I want to do is thank deeply the Wise and Healthy Aging endeavor at the Ken Edwards Center. Without their support, I don't know if I could have made it the past few years. It's been 2 years this Sunday since my beautiful wife, Marissa, transitioned from pancreatic cancer, and I'm still involved with that grief support group. And thank you for the tree of gratitude that's planted in the Palisades Park. And on that note, I want to say a wonderful woman named Anya contacted me a few weeks ago, was talking about possibly planting a tree, and perhaps next year on the 150th birthday of Santa Monica, and perhaps right here on the lawn of City Hall, some kind of tree of unity. And she wanted to meet with me and she wanted to come here, but I know it'll be discussed and I hope it happens. And you know, there's so many things Santa Monica does beautifully, and if we do it in unity, we can get way more accomplished. So thank you very, very much for all your good work. Really appreciate Santa Monica.
Thank you, Jerry.
Next is Wade Kelly.
Hello. I'm Wade Kelly. I'm the peaceful protester on the promenade and advocate for the homeless. And I'd like to thank you for having me here tonight. And thank you, Mayor Brock. You're a nice guy, and you met with me a couple of years ago, even though we disagree on some things. But I'm here to say that Santa Monica, you got to do a better job with the homeless. You have been dragging your feet, and now that this ruling from the Supreme Court, as Grants Pass versus Johnson, has come out and left it to the cities to show what they're about, you need to stand up. You need to have a resolution saying, homeless people, you have a right to sleep. And if you don't have enough places for homeless people to sleep, you need to give them the right to sleep in your public places. Make a resolution for your city that says that. You've got this camping ordinance still on the books. And you need to, instead of trying to push people out of your public parks, homeless people out of your public parks, you should set aside some property for homeless people to have tents and restrooms, 24-hour secure restrooms and things of this sort. And that's why this homeless resident of Santa Monica is running for city council. And I hope you'll sign my nomination paper. And I want to thank you, Nikki, for helping me get involved in this process. And thank you, Jesse Zwick, Gleam Davis. I hope you're on. Peace and love.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Denise Barton. And Ms. Barton, before I get started, I'm going to call the last three names on the list. Willie, Jonathan Foster, and Zoe Montaner. You may proceed.
Good evening. I'd like to touch on some things from the last meeting, partly because the agenda was so packed. I couldn't speak on everything I wanted to, but you're canceling another meeting, so the practice goes on. Fraud does seem to be big business in Santa Monica, considering how much math was wrong in your budget adjustments, and the Downtown Santa Monica Inc. was allowed to have the city pay more than $250,000 more than they pay for the city's park program. Now let's slide into Bitcoin. Do you know how volatile and risky Bitcoin is? Obviously you think gambling with taxpayer and city employees' funds is okay. And you also misled the public when you said it was only for information. When the NASDAQ article that came out said the Proof of Workforce Foundation and the city's Bitcoin office is for information and investment. Maybe more research is needed before you approve items. Then on the subject of research, Mayor Brock might have wanted to do a little more research before he passed the library board liaison. Due to Attorney Michael Dean's article, Ethical Hazards of City Council Members Attending Other Board Meetings in December 1st, 2010. Western Cities publication. You also can go to the February 21st, 2011 Santa Monica Mirror article titled, Article Prompt Santa Monica City Council to End Liaison Program. And Gleam Davis, you were on the council then, really making one wonder who you all sitting up there are really here to serve. But there again, the last 16 item tonight does speak volumes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Willie.
Yeah, okay. My name is Wooly, and yeah, I've been in the streets of Santa Monica a long time. And I want to say, I go to these places, don't none of these people ever help me. But in California, they got a program called CAPS. They give money to illegal immigrants. Are you going to give money to the homeless or illegal immigrants? Reparations or illegals? Can somebody please give me a call about my homelessness, or you just want to help the illegals? My phone number is 323-690-9404. Once again, my phone number is 323-690-9404. It's about helping the homeless, not giving money to illegal immigrants through the cash assistance program. You know that you know, I'm not gonna get political but you know, the Democrat Party seem like y'all don't too much care about everyday citizens. But please give me a call and about my housing, or you can just keep it knowing everybody. Remember, homeless people or illegal immigrants. That's all I gotta say. But once again, my phone number is 323-690-9404. Please, some of y'all give me a call.
Thank you very much, sir.
Y'all gonna give me a call?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Next speaker is Jonathan Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I made a bus and threw the city council under the bus. You see that? Yeah. So, I'm going to swear some today. By the way, Joe Biden. Oh, it's Phil Brock. You look like Joe. Same brain dead, unaware politician. Your vote. You shit where you sleep, buddy. It's too late. The Bible talks about what happens when man's government does things that God's word said don't do. And now we have the problem, Lana. I saw about the California Insider, On the Block with Phil Brock, Retail's Most Wanted, and the Spanish United, right? And you said on one of these that it's not your making, and it is your making. It's the entire Democrat Party's making. By the way, I used to live on Berendo. So Tony Villa, do you know his gang nickname? I'd like to know what Tony Villa's gang nickname is, piece of shit. Immigration papers at 2051. It's because the global elite or the federal government will not do what it's supposed to do, Phil. So then the remedy is to camera everybody? Is that all we get out of you? And the crap that votes this way, when the goddamn gets as many people off of Jesus and destroys the Christian church and the heritage, and the answer is put up cameras? Fucking stupid ass people. Who the fuck are you? Just because you're from here and then you get to film everybody? There's a better way to do this. They already know how to do this and they're not. They already know how to fix this, Phil. But they going on your vote and Lana's vote. Now everything's screwed up. Same brain dead. Well, I'm not going to get to it.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Zoe Montaner.
I don't understand. Last week he loved me.
Good evening, council members. Let's bring the volume a little bit low. Last night I went to Will Rogers to hike, and it's nature, especially on a full moon, it recalibrates me. And unfortunately, on my way back, and as you know, I use a scooter, I don't have a car. I crossed through Tongva Park, and I saw people shooting drugs and smoking dope. And it was so disappointing. We need policing that park. I just arrived from a beautiful, beautiful hike. And I spent 2 hours in Will Rogers. And then the transition to coming to Santa Monica was a little bit disheartening. I'm coming here because the Disability Commission has openings, and I know that there have been people that have been applied to that commission, and nobody has been appointed. I personally applied to the commission, and I find that we need to start advocating for people with invisible disabilities, and I'm one of them. And it has not been easy to come up publicly and say that, but I think that the only way that I can make a difference is using my experience and my strength and my hope for the future. And I actually want to bring that because the Traffic Stop Racial Identity Profiling Act data, when it was brought to the Public Safety Commission, it showed that the majority of the stops were not for people of color, but people with disabilities. So I want you to really pay attention on the reason why the Disability Commission needs to be more involved. And really, we need to stand for people with disabilities because they are the ones that are stopped more for police. I also had a May 24 TRO hearing from my former landlord. And
Thank you very much.
That concludes public input for this evening. We will now move on to public input for, items under consent, closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. We have 4 speakers for this item. I'm going to call all 4 names, and the names are Jerry Rubin, Carol Limline, Bia Nimlaha, and Zoe Montaner. Looks like Jerry Rubin stepped out. Carol Limline, you want to go up next?
Good evening.
Oh, sorry, give me a second.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, council members and staff. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy to express our enthusiastic support of City Council approval of the proposition to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with the Revitalization Partners Group. And it's the next step in the process to revitalize the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. We all understand that revitalization of this long vacant and cherished historic landmark is very challenging. And we are fortunate that a consortium with the experience, commitment, and resources has come forward. The Conservancy looks forward to continued cooperation and collaboration with the RPG Group and the city to investigate existing conditions and develop a successful revitalization project for the auditorium. The RPG team brings extensive experience in developing and managing performance venues, including compatible uses with historic and iconic building types. Their collective personal and professional histories with the Civic Auditorium specifically could not be a better fit. The future of this important landmark will be enhanced by their interest in the history of the auditorium and their dedication to the community of Santa Monica. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol.
Bia Nimlaha?
Good evening, Council. Tonight, you have a rare opportunity to protect our city's character and history. You will do this when you authorize the city manager to enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement with Revitalization Partners Group to restore and operate our civic auditorium as a performing arts and cultural center. In the future, you will be remembered as a council with vision and purpose. Thank you from Santa Monica residents, and thank you from Save the Civic.
Thank you very much.
Zoe Montaner?
Jerry's not here, so I'm going to go.
I have two items. I'm speaking on at item 4E and 5F. So I'm speaking first on item 4E, that is the conference with legal counsel regarding Black Lives Matters, Los Angeles, and the city of Santa Monica. I'm not privy to the details of the litigation, but I assume that it stems from the incidents that happened here on the protests where people were mishandled by the police. And I want to offer my support to Black Lives Matter movement because they were exercising their right to protest, and we need to be more careful in how we proceed when other people are exercising their right to protest. And that's what makes us American, that what makes, especially the city of Santa Monica, that has been bastion of protesting through the years and really meaningful legislation and meaningful policy. Because I've had experiences in my personal life with mishandling from police officers, I want to point out that respectfully to our city manager, that not the finest. I know that the police department has very fine officers, but not all of them. And I hope that we use the best strategies to attract the best, but not all of them are skilled and second to none. Most of them, I will say they are. But we still need to be mindful of making these generalizations because some of us get offended. And then some people that you are in active litigation also get offended because they had bad experiences with our police officers. And there's a reason where there's a commission for public safety and oversight of this particular department. So please consider your words in the following updates on that and support this litigation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I received word that Jerry Rubin has left the building, so we will close public input on that item and move on to closed session.
Do I make the second on the 5F now, or I have to?
Okay, you walked away, so I thought you were done. So yes. You can say
Okay,
it now.
I forgot.
So you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, so approve revisions to adopted Big Blue Bus Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan. As you know, I have become a citizen and an activist because of incidents that happened on October of 2010 inside a Big Blue bus that ended up in litigation. The city attorney at the time decided to file against me, and it was dropped, but it exposed the city to litigation, and I didn't file litigation even though I have all the right, but I was so traumatized by the experience that I didn't think that I could withstand going through the litigation process because it's very hard and I don't have the support system here. One of the things that I've noticed, because I only take public transportation on my scooter, so I'm one of those people that you like, go Samo, taking less cars from the roads, is that the MTA, this LA, have particular code of civil rights protection for riders that the Big Blue bus do not have. And it's a Big Blue and it's an important determination in really including a plaque of the civil rights that riders have. So, and to really train the drivers of the Big Blue bus on this rights of that passengers have, because they are very concerned about the rights of the driver. And I'm all for it because they do a really, really hard job, especially in the times that we're living, where a lot of people with mental health issues go into public transportation and it's very difficult to maintain the peace in a ride. But also, riders have rights. And you have to really include the civil rights protections that are in the bus.
Thank you very much.
Now that closes out public input on that item. We'll now move on to closed session. Item 4A, existing litigation, Rebecca De La Cruz versus the city. Item 4B, conference with legal counsel, consider litigation, initiation of litigation, city versus 3M, DuPont and others regarding PFAS contamination. Item 4C, consider joining amicus brief, California Apartment Association and others versus the City of Pasadena and others. Item 4D, conference with real estate negotiator concerning properties at 1636 Fifth Street, parking lot 29, 1636 Fifth Street, the Apple Building, Expo Terminus Line parking lot. Owner of record, City of Santa Monica, city negotiators Jennifer Taylor and Nia Tang. Economic Development Administrator, party to be negotiated with is Alex Pratt, Vice President of Development, AMCAL Multi-Housing Incorporated, under negotiation, price and terms for payment for sale. And item 4E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Black Lives Matter versus the city versus city and others.
And how long do you think will be?
I would say 1 hour, so 7:15.
Okay. We'll see you at 7:15. Good evening, we're back. Thank you for waiting. Can we have a report out from the city attorney's office?
Yes, Mayor. So all of the matters listed today were heard. There was no report out from those matters. However, there is a report out on the Black Lives Matter settlement. That's a civil rights case. It's settled for $2.3 million. Council approved the settlement at the January 23rd, 2024 meeting with a vote of 7-0. That's all.
Thank you. Your microphone.
We'll now ask if any council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting.
Ms. Para.
I do. Just trying to find my notes, but so I had the opportunity to attend seminar for Independent Cities Association, which is a public safety focused organization. And so I've been a board member for the last 4 years. And some of the main topics of concern that we talked about actually was AI and how it's going to affect or has been affecting response, if you will, and the different ways that it's been already kind of infiltrating or making its way into crime. And so that was a really great presentation. There was presentations on public speaking, presenting like a rock star. There was some great stuff on SB 9 being unconstitutional, and there's some significant work being done on that. More information to come on that as well. There was a really, really great conference on strengthening cradle-to-career ecosystems in your city. So I took a bunch of notes on that I want to share with staff. Other than that, it was a really great conference. Next one's going to be in February 2025. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you very much.
Can I ask her a question? Am I allowed?
Sure, you can turn on your microphone.
I did. I turned it on. The thing's not working. Did they talk at all about like model practices for like responsible use of AI in different government jurisdictions? Because it just occurred to me, I don't even think does the city have an AI policy? We do? Okay.
They didn't. However, that was one of the questions asked. And Congressman Liu is on the committee that's working on a lot of the AI work. And so some representatives from Independent Cities is working with Liu's office.
Oh, cool.
And so
Okay.
hopefully some of that information will trickle down to us.
Okay,
very
cool.
shortly.
Maybe we can be involved if we already have a policy, because I know a lot of jurisdictions don't. And I think we should all be concerned, yet hopefully leveraging AI to serve people better. Cool. Thanks, Christine.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, neither is mine. I don't, let me see if I.
There we go.
Okay.
Yes, I do need to report out in the California Apartment Association matter. The council did approve joining in an amicus brief with a vote of 6-0. The Vice Mayor Negrete absent.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's on. Okay. We're now moving on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And just as a reminder, item 5A has been pulled at the request of staff to be heard concurrently with item 10B.
I'll move that we adopt the consent calendar with the exception of item 5A.
Okay.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete is absent still. Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para. Yes. Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes.
We'll now move on to public comment on remaining agenda items. Okay. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading adoption. And it looks like we have 5 speakers, so I'm going to call all 5 names. Denise Barton, Jeffrey Hoover, Carl Villain, Jason Massbaum, and Jerry Rubin. It might be on, it might. Test it, because
It's not on.
they're not working properly, so it might be on, mine is on, but the light's not on. So should you just test it? Can you tap on it? Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Good evening. On item 14B, don't you think this is taking it to a whole nother extent? Because what the sign said about David White is true regarding his alliance with the LA County Health Department harm reduction Dr. Desai. Now, why would you be blaming and stacking speakers against the Santa Monica Coalition signs, saying people are not coming here because of them? Because you don't want people to pay attention to how significantly low the portion of the city's budget is for safety in comparison to other cities in the area, as much as 10 to 25%. So I hope everyone can see this council's true intention on safety, which is not a priority. You are all just sitting up there saying, give us more money, taxes and fees to spend on your special interests. Like the ballot measure tonight, only half goes to safety, or more likely the homeless. In case you haven't noticed recently, from the number of news spots the mayor has had to do, you're failing at keeping people safe, whether it be residents or visitors. So for your failure, you want to blame the Santa Monica Coalition and property owner John Alley. I have to take issue with the city manager David White's cutting city services to the residents before he cuts overhead at City Hall. To cover up, you're putting out false images of the city, especially in safety, and you are being negligent in your duties as public officials, thus negatively affecting everyone who lives or comes to the city. And it's all you sitting up there, not the Santa Monica Coalition or John Alley. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jeffrey Hoover.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Jeffrey Hoover. I'm here representing VIO, one of Santa Monica's shared micromobility companies. First and foremost, I'd like to thank staff and for the city as a family for creating one of the most robust and interesting and vital programs, micromobility programs in the country. I am here to strongly support items 5A and 10B on the agenda tonight. Is truly critical for Santa Monica to maintain a vibrant and healthy micromobility program. It's an essential component for meeting several of the city's priorities, which were shared by really in a truly eloquent way by Mayor Brock and Mr. White at this year's State of the City. Clean and safe, VIO's team of W-2 employees are residents of Santa Monica in many cases and members of the community. They're constant eyes on the street in some of Santa Monica's most heavily trafficked and in busy places. VIO developed a first of its kind partnership with, the people concerned here in town. That partnership unlocked no-cost rides for caseworkers at the people concerned to make client visits for unhoused neighbors and residents, and doing what they can to use VIO to help deliver services and fulfill that organization's wonderful mission. Sustainable and connected VIO micromobility enables residents to move around town without a car. In our 2023 survey, 1/3 of our riders indicated that had a scooter or bike not been available to them, they would have taken a car to complete their trip. Based on the program's own utilization data, since the summer of 2021, when VIO joined the program here in Santa Monica, 1/3 of the total miles traveled would have been 1.33 million cars on city streets without.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next speaker is Carl Villain. And Ms. Villain, you have a video, correct? Yeah, I do. Give me a second to load it. Oops, that's not it. Oh, we skipped this. We'll have to go back. This one, right?
Should I start commenting?
Yes.
So good evening, Council. My name is Carol Villain, and I'm here to speak in strong support of items 5A and 10B. I thought I'd play a few casual clips in the background just to make sure everyone understands that if we really care about safety and accessibility in our public right of way, we need to look at something a lot bigger than just scooters. For those of us who read the staff report on item 10B, it's pretty exciting because it will allow us to get Class 1 e-bikes back in Santa Monica. It'll help us update the requirements and incentives around parking for scooters, which we all know could be some improvements. And as stated by staff in the previous comment, scooters have helped replace hundreds of thousands of car trips in our city. So I'm a little confused to hear that Mayor Brock would like to ban them. Surely he's not just going to ignore the transportation needs of the thousands of people who currently rely on scooters to get to work, school, appointments, local businesses, right? I mean, just last weekend I met someone who told me he relies on scooters to connect with transit because he can't walk or bike very far. So I'm wondering what his option will be if we decide to ban scooters. A couple of you have also used the argument of city resources being needed to respond when or if someone gets injured while using a scooter. And I'm just wondering if you've looked at the city resources that are taken up by motor vehicles. I mean, yesterday a van caught on fire in front of our office. A week earlier on the same block, someone ran a light and crashed into a train. And I'm sure you'll get city alerts of like streets being closed for hours because drivers crash their cars into other cars, trees, bus stops, buildings, people. I mean, why aren't you vocal about that as well? So anyways, I think you can either choose to be unreasonable or you can choose to support item 10B, and I hope you choose to support item 10B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jason Massbaum. And Mr. Massbaum, you have some photos?
A PowerPoint slide deck.
Okay. There's a clicker up there you can use. If I scroll, it's going to go too fast, so I would advise you use the clicker.
Right. Is it this?
Is it? All right, I'll scroll, but like I said, it might go advanced very quickly.
Okay.
You may proceed.
I'm Jason Massbaum. I'm here in support of 10B. I'm here specifically because Phil has been running around telling the news media that he wants to ban scooters in Santa Monica because they're a blight and block the sidewalks. But as a daily walker, scooters are not the dockless mobility devices that I have trouble with blocking the sidewalks every single day. And that's the slide deck that I've brought with me tonight. So on the first one, you can see that this mother pushing the stroller is about to have to push her stroller into the street because of this van blocking the sidewalk. Next slide. So here's another one completely blocking the street because this person improperly ditched their ride, their device at the end of the ride. Next slide. Here's somebody who drove completely onto the sidewalk, not even on the driveway, blocking the sidewalk. Next slide. This person parked both on the parkway and on the sidewalk. This was an Amazon driver making a delivery. Next slide. This guy is a regular. You can see on the inset that he drove over the parkway onto the sidewalk. Next slide. This person also completely blocking the sidewalk instead of just pulling into the driveway. That's literally on the right-hand side of the picture. Next slide. Again, completely blocking the sidewalk instead of pulling up. Next slide. Another one. Next slide. This place is a hot spot. So you see this. The valets do this, so there's this car completely blocking the sidewalk. And if you go to the next slide, on the other side of that car is more cars blocking the sidewalk. What a surprise. Next slide. Another one. Next slide. Another one. Next slide. And also, this is the Fairmont. I don't know if this permitted this or doesn't enforce it, but it's constantly.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the last speaker is Jerry Rubin.
Thanks again, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica, Honorable Mayor Brock, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, you're here in spirit. Honorable council members, Honorable City Attorney, Honorable City Manager, City Clerk, police officers, and Honorable Santa Monicans. I am supporting the scooters, and I always have, because they're environmentally a good thing for the city. And I've always promoted safety and responsibility and obeying the rules of the road. That goes for scooters, and we need to really make that a high priority. But we need to make that a high priority for vehicles. We need to make that safety and responsibility a high priority for bicyclists that many times disobey the rules of the road. And same with walkers. I must say, I've seen some pretty unsafe walkers in my time. We need to make it an all-encompassing promotion of safety, whatever mode of travel you take. But if it's going to be for the environment and it's going to help clean our air and make our mobility better, then let's push this and let's push it forward. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor, I forgot to mention your mayor's moment, so if you want to do the video right now.
Yeah, are we done with speakers?
We are, yes.
Sure. And I'll be surprised when I find out what the mayor's moment is today.
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today, we will talk about the Santa Monica Forestry Station. Before becoming a town, Santa Monica was grassy and treeless. The town planted rows of eucalyptus along the Ocean Avenue bluff to break the wind and along Wilshire Boulevard. A eucalyptus grove on the south side was the park in Ocean Park. Eucalyptus also lined early 14th Street, Ocean Park Boulevard, and Centinela Avenue. Word of the advantages of Australian eucalyptus for a variety of uses first spread worldwide in 1854. Robert Baker, a Santa Monica founder, planted a pioneering blue gum farm at Rancho Laguna in 1876. Abbot Kinney, an expert in citrus trees, had a passion for environmental causes. In 1885, he proposed a California Board of Forestry and became its first chairperson. Kinney leased 5 acres in Rancho Boca de Santa Monica to the forestry station for testing eucalyptus varieties. Forestry stations were laboratories and attractions that exposed visitors to environmentalism and the value of forestation. To promote eucalyptus propagation, saplings were distributed for public plantings. At its peak, there were over 75 varieties of eucalyptus studied at the forestry station. H. Roland Lee, head forester at the Santa Monica station, created the first landscape plan for Palisades Park in 1892. His design included rustic fences made from the prunings of the city's eucalyptus street trees. The rustic fences were an iconic feature of Palisades Park until they were replaced with concrete in 1940. In 1889, Santa Monica's founders donated 20 additional acres to the forestry station. Spearheaded by founder's son, Roy Jones, the donation was nearly frustrated by Robert Baker, who had already dabbled in eucalyptus and liked to keep his land. Roy Jones remained a patron of the forestry station for many years. In 1893, the Board of Forestry, bankrupted by embezzlement, was dissolved. The University of California took over the forestry station. Abbot Kinney published a seminal book on eucalyptus that reported findings from his experiments at the station. By 1912, eucalyptus trees were readily available in nurseries. The station's work studying, propagating, and promoting gum trees was discontinued. The Santa Monica Forestry Station, a mature grove of heritage trees, was sold in 1922. A 9-acre portion of the original forestry station survives today as Rustic Canyon Park.
Thank you so much, the Conservancy and the History Museum, for that great video. That was really informative. Although, aren't eucalyptus trees normally called widowmakers? Because the branches fall, and in Australia at least, there are many men who get killed by eucalyptus trees. There you go. That's your eucalyptus trivia. And we thank Ellis Raskin for that narration. Thank you very much.
We'll now move on to ordinances. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance extending interim zoning regulations adopted by emergency interim zoning ordinance 2781 to remove the minor use permit, location, and facility requirements for massage establishments from the city's personal service use standards for specific uses and activities.
Good evening, Council. Tony Kim, Principal Planner.
Your mic,
It's on, but doesn't appear. Can you hear? Yeah, the lights aren't working, but it is on.
okay,
Would you like a presentation?
absolutely. Well, wait. I'm not sure we need it. Are we allowed to dispense with it? Then let's dispense with it,
I'm
unless
happy
you
to
have a
waive. No, let's
question.
waive the presentation.
Yeah. That was easy.
Yeah, I'm available for any
Now it
questions.
doesn't matter if the microphone works or not. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, does anyone want to move the item?
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Oh, let's come back up.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, we're proposing to extend the interim zoning ordinance until December 31st, 2025, so that we can monitor the efficacy of the interim regulations and make recommendations on the permanent ordinance, correct? So we're just effectively asking for like a 1.5-year extension, if you will.
That's correct.
Okay, great. I'm very comfortable with that. I read the staff report. It looked good. I'm prepared to move approval of the item.
It's been moved by Terosa, seconded by Para. Can we have a vote?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good night.
Item 5A, approval to reject all bids for contracted shared mobility service providers and continue the existing permit-based program with select revisions. And item 10B, introduction for first reading and ordinance repealing Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 3.23 and amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 3.22 to establish a permanent shared mobility device program.
And
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Trevor Thomas. I'm a senior transportation planner in the San Mobility Division. I'll be delivering staff recommendations from a linked pair of staff reports on the city's shared mobility program. DACLA shared scooters and e-bikes have been a major contributor to the city's mobility landscape since they were first deployed here in 2017. And they continue to provide needed connectivity for community members while taking hundreds of thousands of automobile trips off city streets every year. I'll present recommendations that we strengthen this program by moving away from shared mobility contract procurement and amending Santa Monica Municipal Code to solidify a refreshed and mature permit-based program. DACLA Shared Mobility in Santa Monica is currently comprised of 2 operators, Spin and Vio, who are jointly permitted to deploy 1,400 electrified devices, 900 e-scooters, and 500 throttle-based Class 2 e-bikes. Importantly, and a point that I'll return to, the Shared Mobility program has had 0 Class 1 e-bikes to the more traditional bicycle form factor since Lyft departed the city in 2022. The full system led by these 2 operators saw over 600,000 total trips in 2023. While this represents a decrease from the peak of the DACLA's program, trips on Spin and Vio devices are stable and slightly increasing. And the system is substantially safer and more orderly than in its early days. While important challenges on this front remain, the city's internal crash records show a total of 21 scooter While important challenges on this front remain, the city's internal crash record showed a total of 21 scooter identifiable crashes in 2023, which is down from a high of 69 in 2018. So over less than one third of the peak. Community complaints are likewise down from the early years of DACLA Shared Mobility, with many such complaints stemming from non-permitted operators deploying legally who would be a challenge regardless of program structure. So here's a close look at shared mobility trip numbers in Santa Monica with some key comparisons. As mentioned, Spin and Vio have accounted for the majority of shared mobility trips in the ongoing phase of the pilot program. Their ridership remains steady and remains substantially higher than past and current alternatives. The green bar to the right shows the highest one-year ridership from the city's former Breeze bike share program, when the system saw a little over 300,000 trips in 2017, before the start of the city's DACA shared mobility program. The shorter maroon bar further to the right shows the total West Side region trips for LA Metro bike share in 2023, its highest year of ridership. With 168,000 trips across 67 stations throughout Western LA County, so including down to Playa Vista up to WeHo, the entire west side of LA County, this system saw less than a third of Spin and VO's combined Santa Monica ridership last year. And here's a closer look at our crash numbers. While some portion of crashes almost certainly go unreported, these numbers make it clear that the system is much safer than it was in the early days of the pilot, with annual scooter-involved crashes stabilizing about a third of their pre-pandemic peak. Improvements in safety and order reflect the maturation of the shared mobility program in Santa Monica. The first DACOS devices launched in 2017, and the city established a first phase pilot program the following year to oversee this new mode. 6 years later, we're well into a second phase of the pilot. The purpose of such pilots is to learn what works and what doesn't, and how to better manage a program to maximize its benefits and minimize its drawbacks. These two pilots have served that purpose, with city staff gaining invaluable experience in promoting safety and order, addressing barriers to use, and establishing the transportation benefits of the system. They have also allowed staff to gain a better understanding of the broader industry, which, as this timeline partly reflects, has seen substantial flux over the last several years. With this cumulative experience, staff believe that we are ready to enshrine a mature and ongoing post-pilot program. Solidifying this program is important to the community, as staff continue to believe that the benefits of the program outweigh its costs. One key element of these benefits is workforce and transit connectivity. About 90% of the people working in Santa Monica live elsewhere, and providing them with clean and efficient transportation connections is vital to their well-being and to the city's prosperity. Shared mobility devices can provide an ideal means of tying the city's job sites into regional transit network. And whether people are using shared mobility devices to connect to transit or jobs, or for some other purpose, user surveys have shown that a large share of these trips, between a third and two-fifths, are replacing a car trip. This amounts to hundreds of thousands of car trips a year off city streets, easing congestion, easing demand for parking, and reducing carbon emissions. And as we have seen, there's no ready replacement for the mass number of trips currently taken in the DACA shared mobility system. City staff continue to actively engage with LA Metro to expand DAC bike share service to the city, and Metro bike share shows promising growth over the last few years. That said, the entire west side of LA County, with 67 DAC stations, saw less than a third of the rides that Spin and VO provided in just Santa Monica last year. And Santa Monica itself has only 3 Metro bike share stations. We saw a much smaller fraction of the total shared mobility trips in the city at about 38,000, less than 7% of the total. Even a mature, built-out, and fair subsidized DAC system will struggle to accommodate the current shared mobility users in Santa Monica, as the city's Breeze system at its 100-plus station peak in 2017 served 40% fewer trips than Spin and VO served in the city last year. A continued DACA shared mobility system remains vital to serving the Santa Monica community's active transportation needs. While staff believe that a continued shared mobility program provides vital benefits to the city, we have identified several key goals for continued system improvement. These goals shaped our prior pursuit of contracted service, and city staff believe that they can now be best achieved by refreshing and solidifying a mature permit-based program. A primary goal for the city's oversight of shared mobility has been to improve system affordability for users, and this was a main point of emphasis in the shared mobility contract procurement. The affordability guarantees shaping up under prospective contracts were only a minor upgrade in the status quo, however. And staff now believe that comparable affordability improvements can be achieved under a refreshed permit-based program. Under an ongoing permit-based program, staff will continue to push for expansion of low-income, resident, and frequent user affordability programs. We'll push for expanded reporting requirements around affordability program enrollment and use, and we'll explore ways to incentivize affordable offerings while maintaining city cost recovery. Staff will also work with our internal travel demand management team, local employers, and shared mobility operators to further facilitate low-cost commute connections. A second key goal has been to provide more and better device options through the program. Again, staff believe that this goal can be readily addressed through a refreshed permit-based program. City staff have discussed Class 1 e-bike provision with both current operators and can move quickly to enable deployment of these if a permit-based program is solidified. Staff would also explore the prudent addition of an additional operator to better address gaps in the shared mobility fleet and improve system stability, and to return to the level of pre-2022 e-bike deployment while guarding carefully against device overcrowding. A third key goal has been to further improve order and safety. While shared mobility order and safety trends in the city have been positive, building these was a primary aim of contract procurement and will remain a primary aim of permit program refresh. Staff will do so by bolstering the requirements and incentives around drop zone use and by exploring targeted incentives around order-enhancing technology solutions. Finally, a major goal of procuring long-term service contracts was to ensure the stability and robustness of shared mobility service. However, staff have come to see long-term commitments to one or two operators as more of a liability than a benefit to stability. Since our last trip to council to recommend a contract-based program, the shared mobility industry has seen extraordinary flux, with numerous abrupt service disruptions and departures within Santa Monica and elsewhere. Rather than securing stability through a small number of extended commitments, staff believe that greater stability can be achieved through flexibility. More flexible, permit-based relationships with up to 4 total operators will allow the city to quickly adapt to service disruption through changes to the operator pool and device caps. Given the importance of shared mobility and the city's goals for the system, staff recommend the following actions. First, staff recommend that council adopt the proposed ordinance amendments. These will change the title and wording of Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 3.22, currently titled Second Shared Mobility Device Pilot, to reflect the fact that we're moving beyond the pilot phase and into a mature and ongoing program. They would also officially usher the current 2 operators, Spin and Vio, into the mature program, while improving the process to judiciously add new operators as needed, with a hard cap on 4 total. Finally, with respect to Chapter 3.22, they would remove a permanent end date currently pegged to the execution of procured service contracts and replace that with an outline for ongoing oversight. Relatedly, the ordinance amendment would repeal Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 3.23, Shared Mobility Device Program, which structures a contract-based program and which would become moot if the city enshrines an ongoing permit-based program. Finally, as a consent item, staff recommend that council reject all bids on the procurement for shared mobility contract service, thus formally ending this procurement. If council takes these recommended actions, staff will immediately pursue improvements to the shared mobility program on several fronts. First, staff will act administratively to adjust program regulations to enable the deployment of Class 1 e-bikes. We'll strengthen provisions to mandate and incentivize orderly parking, and we'll continue to ensure full cost recovery for city administration through program fees, while structuring them to enable the best possible service for community needs. Staff will also continue to work with our counterparts at LA Metro Bike Share to expand community access to low-cost dock bike share in the city. Finally, staff will begin the process to look for a third shared mobility operator. Doing so is beneficial to the city, as it will make the program more robust to unexpected operator exit and allow for the best mix of fleet devices and ride options for the community. In doing so, staff will ensure full compliance with system regulations and substantive expectations. Specifically, staff will ensure that total device deployments are manageable and orderly, and that device provision remains in line with user demand. And that concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions.
Councilmember Negretti. And welcome.
Oh, thank you. So the mics are a little off, so
It's
it
on.
might show it's off, but
Oh, does it work? Testing?
No, yours is not working.
I can yell.
it still won't be picked up. Can you hear now?
Can you hear me now? I can just talk over here. So I was reading the staff report. I just want to be clear, like all we're voting on tonight or approving is the fact that you're moving from this contractual basis where it's actually harder to get out of, I would imagine, right, with contracts. And this permitted process allows for more flexibility so that we can remove an operator if there are issues, I would imagine, right? And they're not following the goals that we've set in place, correct? And then we can also additionally add people in without being subject to saying, you know, for example, if one of the carriers says that they're going to have so many types, you know, bikes and this, and then they don't do that, we can put in another company. I would think that this allows for more flexibility for that as well.
That's correct. Yeah, we will.
Yeah. So this isn't about anything other than that, and obviously in terms of like you guys, I know there's a lot of self-reporting that happens in terms of how many bikes they're picking up or scooters they're picking up and whatnot, but I'm sure through 311 and whatnot, is that where the complaints are gauged?
Yeah, that is a primary source of community complaint, and yeah, those are certainly down from the peak pre-pandemic.
They're what?
They're down from the peak. Yeah, so we're getting fewer of those complaints than we used to in the past.
And because I see less of them left around. I mean, it still happens. You can't, it's never going to be, it's the operator, the person who's riding it. So hopefully you guys are just always coming up with ideas and discussion points about that issue. And then also having the different types, not just one type mode of transportation. So you guys are obviously continuously, this kind of gives you an opportunity to more continuously engage freely, more flexibly with these, what I kind of took from the report.
That is correct, yes. And so we've already talked to both of our current operators, Spin and VO, about redeploying Class 1 e-bikes to sort of fill that gap that Lyft left when they departed the market. And yeah, we're ready to do that very soon. We've been sort of waiting on this sort of moment because we've still been in procurement mode. Now that if we were to proceed with a permit, an enshrined permit program, I think that'd be a first order of business.
Yeah, no, I think it's much better to go to a permit program. We're more strapped in contracts. And I think it's great because I know when I travel, it's great. Actually, when I go to DC, it's one of the best things to do over there is ride a scooter. You get to see everything, but in a short amount of time. One of the things I just wanted to bring up, are you guys having robust discussions around the idea that people are still, like the geofencing, keeping people off certain pathways, like the beach bike paths and stuff? I haven't seen it myself because I can't quickly discern between someone's personal, so many people have their own electric, scooters, so I can't quickly tell, but people have said that they think that they've, just recently the other day that they got hit by a scooter that was rented. I can't say for sure that it was one of the operators that we have, but just curious if you guys are aware of that and.
Yeah, so we're still in active, in continuous communication with our two operators with respect to impermissible riding and maintaining geofences. We found them to be very responsive. Earlier, sort of last week, actually, we had a community complaint about, nuisance riding on the interior of the block just south of Olympic between Ocean and 4th, right here, in the same block that the Rand building's on. And, within several hours, both operators have geofenced the whole interior of that block off. So they remain very responsive to that.
Oh, nuisance riding meaning like just.
Yeah, just like joyriding, and there's a complaint from a community member saying that they're being harassed by scooter riders on the interior of this block, and that was like I said addressed within several hours via geofence. One of the issues that is likely to persist, regardless of how we structure this program on the beach bike path, is scooter operators or private users, whether it's a personally owned device or rented from a non-permitted operator who's on the beach bike path, because we have no direct sort of oversight over them. And so the resolution there is to work with code enforcement and to try to impound those as they get deployed in the city.
Because the biggest thing is safety, is people getting injured, both the riders and then obviously pedestrians or whoever else. But no, I'm glad this looks like a much better, it gives us more flexibility and more control over the operators because things do change quickly, as we've seen. And so thank you for this.
Councilmember Zwick.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So I know that for a while, leading up to today, or leading up to this most recent turn of events, we were heading towards a contract model that had been recommended in the past by staff as having advantages. Can you explain what exactly led to the change in thinking as to why to retain the current one and not move in the direction that was previously recommended?
So I think it was a change of the balance of costs and benefits to a contract program, and I think we saw a diminution of the benefits and an increase in the cost. So the benefits that we expect to get out were primarily, as I mentioned in the report, around affordability. That's one of the biggest things we pushed on. As the prospective contracts were shaping up, we found relatively minimal affordability benefit over the status quo. So we found that we actually just weren't accomplishing that much through the contracts in one of the bigger areas that we hope to make accomplishments. And as I mentioned in a couple other parts of the presentation, we had other goals that we plan to address through contracts, but that we're finding that we can address comparably through permits, like device types, for instance. On the sort of the cost side of the contracts, it really had to do with the greater instability in the system. So just within the last couple of years, there's been a number of sort of abrupt market departures here and elsewhere because of mergers, acquisitions, scooter companies going in business. We started the second phase of the pilot program with 4 operators. We're down to 2 because 2 left unexpectedly. And so it was just a nod to the risk of tying ourselves in a long-term fashion to 1 or 2 operators versus having the flexibility of a more fluid operator pool.
Got it. And speaking to some of those exits, I mean, that was in this current, permit system, albeit a piloted model. How are we, I know you mentioned at the presentation this was going to be a part of the new program, but how are we exactly going to better ensure that we get different classes of bikes, including, pedal bikes and things like that? Because from my understanding, the numbers don't add up quite as easily for these companies and those offerings, and how are we going to ensure that through this permit system?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we've been talking, as I said, with both current operators. They're both ready to deploy Class 1 bikes. They have also mentioned this fact that that it's more expensive for them to operate and maintain Class 1 bikes versus scooters. One thing, and referencing back to the shared mobility in DC, one thing that they do is, and other places as well, is they will sort of adjust fees to different elements of service provision, whether that's pegging fees to certain percentages of low income fare riders, or having fees specific to device types. That's nothing that we've committed to, but that's something we're exploring, but with the sort of background constraint that we need to ensure city cost recovery. But for instance, we might adjust the sort of annual device fee for Class 1 e-bikes to be lower than scooters to try to incentivize greater deployment.
Got it. So there's no guarantee we will get them, but hopefully we'll create the right incentives that we will find a provider.
Yeah, and I would say it's very likely that we do get Class 1 e-bikes in the system sooner than later.
Okay, and on the topic of fees, I don't know if you saw it, there was a popular article going around last month on the fees that cities charge for micromobility, and I guess the determination of the study looking nationwide was that we charge roughly 23 times in taxes and fees on micromobility than we do for private vehicles, for instance, and things like that. I mean, that's an average. I guess it goes from $2.16 per mile in Chicago to 25%, cents per mile in Portland. I mean, do you know roughly or in any way how we in Santa Monica stack up in this regards? Because it seems like some cities are basically taxing these businesses out of existence.
Yeah, it's an interesting article. I read the article in the underlying report that you're referencing, and Santa Monica wasn't serving that, but yeah, I did the rough mental math to see where we'd slide in. We'd slide in near the sort of the middle bottom of that list, if you remember the list of cities, still charging more, on the sort of premises of that article than we would be charging for car operation. One element there is they include sales tax in that fee. So some of that fee is not actually out of our hands. It's the state sales tax on the commercial transaction in the right of way, which I guess it has an analog in gas tax, but there's a bit of an apples to oranges there. But it is a valid consideration. I would just say that in setting our fees, we really do try to peg them to cost recovery. We're not trying to squeeze blood from a stone here. We're not trying to wring as much money as we can. We're trying to pay for the city's own cost in administering the program.
Got it. And on the permit model that you're proposing, can you explain to us a little bit better, like how the renewal or revocation process would go? Like, is this like a annually or otherwise occurring thing where these things get re-upped? I mean, there's some idea that making this permanent would give operators probably more certainty, but at the same time, we want to retain certain ability to continue or discontinue contracts based on certain things. So I'm just kind of curious how that would work.
Yeah, so in the current admin regs, which we plan on refreshing as part of this process, there is a sort of procedure outline by which the city can revoke a permit based on sort of malperformance. And we certainly retain that and want to enshrine that such that we wouldn't be sort of handcuffed to a poor performing operator if they're sort of like flaunting the goals of the program.
Got it. But similarly, there'd be kind of a periodic kind of renewal process. If there's nothing like out of compliance, it would just be rolled over essentially or something like that?
Correct, yeah. In the absence of us terminating a contract or an operator themselves like pulling out, it would be ongoing.
It's ongoing, okay. On the issue of parking, which I know is of concern to council and also many residents in the community, incentivizing use of the mobility corrals or other things like that. You mentioned that that's another goal going forward. Can you speak just a little bit more to whether there are any sort of carrots or sticks that we plan to use or work with operators to use to kind of make it as orderly a system as we can, knowing that dockless will always be a little bit more disorderly and it'll have advantages in terms of ridership, but nonetheless to minimize those issues?
Sure, yeah. So in terms of, I guess it's a combined stick and carrot depending on where it's situated in the process. But we mandate a $1 incentive for users who end a trip in a drop zone. That's something that we're going to continue to try and look for ways to tweak that incentive to get greater compliance, but also bolster both the sort of the information requirements of the operators in terms of how they structure these things, but also our own internal reporting to really track the number of devices that actually do get dropped off in these drop zones. Along with that, just exploring the sort of provision of those drop zones at a slightly larger scale, sort of like a meso scale in the city. We also have 8 different sort of deployment zones in the city that we mandate a target availability percentage of. So if an operator has 100 devices available, X percent have to be in zone A throughout the city. Part of that is to guarantee equitable access to these devices, but part of it is also to mitigate overcrowding. If operators had a completely open field, they would deploy a ton of devices downtown, fewer elsewhere, which would rely on cluttering. So that's another thing that we're going to strengthen in terms of really sort of enforcing that provision. Other things we're going to look at, which I mentioned briefly in the report, is working with operators for targeted incentives around parking devices. So whether that's lock to, whether there's AI detections, another operator's discussed using an ability for the device to determine whether it's well parked and to use that to sort of disenable bad parks for users. Exploring that, but it's really going to be primarily, I think, around incentives and better structuring the drop zones.
Got it. Lastly, you did mention the Metro bike system, which I know we do have a few docks in Santa Monica. Its ridership is increasing. It's nowhere near what we get from our dockless system. I do feel continually in Santa Monica that it is a regional thing that we participate in, but we're kind of neither here nor there in terms of how much infrastructure we have to make that system work here. Is that just like, it's a related topic to this, but is that something that we're also kind of trying to consider in terms of whether we're going to sort of build that system out or not, or something like that?
Yes, definitely, yeah. So we spoke with our counterparts at LA Metro Bike Share last week to sort of get updates on the process that are actually going through their own procurement. They had procured Lyft, but that procurement was scuttled. They had to sort of start semi from scratch. I think they're aiming to wrap that procurement up early next calendar year. It seems like that's a likely target. And so we've been talking to them about getting MOUs in place beforehand, trying to increase the number of stations here in Santa Monica. One issue that's likely to rise is just who pays for them. I think that's been a point of contention in the past between the city and LA Metro Bike Share. But yeah, we're certainly going to try to resolve that as best we can and try to maximize the presence of.
Seems like we have a lot of empty, docks from previous systems, and it would be great if we could.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and that's one thing that we've mentioned in these talks is that we will likely have space for them. We can help them on that front. But yeah, we'll do what we can in our power to maximize that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, thank you for your report. A couple of questions. So you said that in 2018 we had 69 crashes, and then in 2023 there's 21. So it's a pretty significant decrease there. And do we also document injuries on those crashes?
So in the crashes that are in the police reports from which I pulled these numbers, so our police department has these incident reports. These get translated into the crash data that we receive. The majority of these scooter crashes are injurious, and they list the degree of injury. But we say that we're almost certainly missing some crashes. There's going to be some number where people just take themselves to the hospital that we don't become aware of the crash for one reason or the other. But I would have to look. I would say a majority of these scooter crashes are likely to involve some level of injury.
Great. And in terms of the helmet, it's illegal to ride a scooter without a helmet. Is that true?
That is not true.
Not true.
Not true.
So you could ride these without helmets.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. What about it is illegal for minors to ride these devices, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know if any of the operators, there's two of them today, have they improved their protocols to make sure that minors are not on those devices?
So in our admin regs and in our sort of general dealings with the operators, we do require a certain sort of age verification for setting up an account. In terms of ongoing monitoring of sort of underage riders, I would have to check with them. I'm not aware of numbers on it, but yeah, I would have to check to see exactly what they're doing to monitor that.
That would be very important moving forward, in terms of the, how we can improve safety, because I think that's in one of your slides, that's sort of a continuous thing, right? We're going to ensure that we keep improving safety. Do we have any data on the number of citations that our police department has given to people riding scooters illegally?
We do not, yeah. So, yeah, I have not been able to get my hands on any citation data, so yeah, I would have to take that up with code enforcement and.
Okay, so I would think that'd be important to monitor that as well, so that we know sort of, what the hotspots are, what are people doing wrong, so we can give that information to the operators, so if it's people riding illegally on sidewalks, for example, and that's most of the citations, I think it'd be important for them to know that. The other, do we know if the cost of the scooters, have they gone down? Like, do we know if it's cheaper now, like in 2024, to purchase a scooter?
Yes, I couldn't tell you the internal costs of the operators. I'm sure it varies a little bit, operator to operator. I know that one of the big trends since the early days of mass deployment in 2018 is not so much the cost of an individual scooter, but the robustness of it. So it's not that they're paying less, the operator's paying less, upfront for a scooter, but they tend to get more life, more trips out of that. In terms of the exact capital costs, I could not tell you.
Do we know in terms of, I was looking at one of the operators, Vio, and the scooter is only one out of like 6 devices that they operate. And I was wondering if it's cheaper, for the rider to get on a scooter versus a bike, one of the other devices, a bicycle, for example.
Right. So right now, to the best of my knowledge, they charge the same rate for scooters and e-bikes. As I mentioned, it tends to be, at least for the Class 1 e-bike. The Class 2 bike is what Vio operates, could be a little different. I've heard from every operator I've talked to that it's more expensive to operate and maintain that from the operator's end. In terms of how that gets transmitted in terms of fees, I don't believe there's any difference right now. I'd have to check with Vio to verify that.
Okay. The other question is, you said that there have been a decrease in 311 complaints. Do you know how many complaints we have in 2023? Those from 311?
Yeah, I would have to go back and calculate that based on a keyword search. I'd be happy to do that. So when I said the decrease, there's more of a qualitative feel just based on my exposure to the program. It seems like we get less input in from the community. It seems like there's less grievous complaints, and a lot of those complaints that do exist are some of the rogue operators that aren't permitted to operate here. But yeah, I would have to go back and calculate the exact number.
Okay, great. I think in the future, anytime if you're going to say we have a decrease, it'd be important to bring that data so then we have a full accounting of the of what's being presented. So thank you very much. So I appreciate all the information. And just the last question is, obviously there are people that are very supportive, of the full menu of options for micromobility, and then there are people that are concerned about the scooters. I would be on that side, of someone who is concerned about, the littering that's been going on, for lack of a better term, and I know I've talked to some of these companies that have said, hey, we have the technology, for tip over and GPS, and I don't know if it's been that effective, because I kind of continue to see the problem sort of exist. And so if we vote today to move forward, what are your plans? What is staff planning to sort of mitigate the major concerns that our residents have been raising, right? In terms of like the safety issues, people zooming through, sidewalks, leaving these devices, just, tipped over, also on sidewalks, or, just, I've seen them in weird places, but what is staff planning to mitigate some of those resident concerns?
Yeah, so we plan on addressing those through the admin regs. So as I mentioned, we want to bolster the sort of incentive programs for orderly drop-offs to make sure that there's enough drop zones, they're in the right places, and that we're actually enacting these user incentives to end trips there in an orderly way. I also mentioned exploring incentives for order enhancing technology. So we've talked to both of our current operators, and there's a few potential technological solutions here, partial solutions, but that could be helpful. And then we're going to look to incentivize those directly in the updated refresh admin regs. Those can include sort of targeted lock-to mechanisms. So that can prevent the device from falling over because it's physically locked to something. The problem with that is that there's many parts of the city, but there's not a lot of furniture in the right of way to lock something to, and so it can have sort of serious unintended consequences in some areas. So it has to be targeted, and that needs some thought. But we're definitely going to try to explore that and just look for ways to, within our admin regs, do as much as we can through carrots and sticks to increase this sort of order.
Great. And one last question. I know VO has like 50 employees. Not sure if they're local. I'm pretty sure there's quite a number out of the 50 that are probably residents of the city of Santa Monica, but I'm not sure on that. So it'd be important to understand that data, like how many employees these companies. By the way, I do appreciate that VO kept their word and they opened up an office here in Santa Monica. Just not, I know they have 50 employees. I just don't know how many of those reside within the city of Santa Monica. But in terms of one of the issues that residents raise, in terms of these devices being, just thrown around, I know that some companies, you can work for those companies, sort of like a, app-based, gig, and you can go and pick up those devices, charge them, just put them in the right place. And is there a possibility that we can encourage these companies to hire local people to do that? So then there's quicker response. They're here in the city, to help mitigate those issues, as employees of these companies.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly encourage them to be as present in the community as possible, and that is the sort of underlying tone of our interactions. In terms of concrete incentives, I think we'd have to discuss internally how that might shape up in potential admin regs, but certainly, in spirit, that's that element of sort of community presence is definitely part of our sort of expectation for the program.
Great, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Councilmember Terosas.
Great. Really appreciate this. And just to level set, can you just tell us why it's taken so long to get to this point?
Yeah, so in terms of the procurement and the sort of the duration between our last visit and here, right. I think a lot of it was getting to a point where we started to sort of see the real bite of the industry instability as we're going through negotiation process, as we're working through potential contracts. And then, as I mentioned before, also seeing the expected benefits from those contracts sort of fail to fully materialize and not representing a meaningful step up in the status quo and needing to reevaluate as that proceeded.
Super appreciate that. I assume that because the market has shifted, we were not able to negotiate as much in community benefit as we initially would have wanted to. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
Yeah, so had we not done a second pilot program, perhaps we could have negotiated a permanent program with better community benefits at that time.
It's certainly possible. So, I mean, so an anecdote would be our colleagues in Denver have extremely favorable contracts. They entered those contracts early in this phase of the business life cycle.
Okay, so obviously we're looking at this on a going forward basis. So just in terms of the permanent program, I understand that we previously had, we only have 2 of our 4 original operators that are still in business and operating, and under this permit-based system, you're proposing up to 4 operators, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so is there gonna be like a net number of scooters or devices or whatever, I understand you still have to do the regs, but when we're evaluating whether to bring in new companies, is there gonna be a cap on the number of devices? I understand that right now, we're only at 1,400 of the 2,200. Are we still thinking about that 2,200 number?
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly what we're pegging is trying to get back to the numbers at the beginning of the phase 2 pilot program, where we had 1,200 devices split between 1,100 scooters, 1,100 e-bikes.
Okay, cool. And then you said robust safeguards against overcrowding. So I assume that we're just going to regulate how many of those devices are out on the street.
Yeah, it's not gonna be free for all in terms of what people.
Okay, that's helpful because we definitely want to avoid the blight that everyone has talked about. But of course, I also want to express my appreciation because I think this really is an important mode of transportation. I'm just looking at the rest of my questions. In terms of any sort of community benefits that we might be able to negotiate from the two operators that we're gonna, I guess, allow into the permitting program, have we talked at all with them about potential resident discounts, all of those things?
We have, yeah. And so, yeah, in terms of strengthening, the presence of those, what the terms of the resident discounts are, and also streamlining the process, we have talked about that. One element that I sort of alluded to as part of an updated, refresh of the admin regs is also strengthening the reporting process around that, is making sure we're getting an accurate feel for how many users are in each one of these discount categories. And also one thing that we've only negotiated in preliminary phases, but this has been done elsewhere, and something that we have concrete plans to pursue is to work with our travel demand management team and local employers to try to set up commute programs between sort of operators and
that's
local
fantastic.
employers as well.
Okay, awesome. And then I assume it sounds like this geofencing technology, because I know that VO proposed some potential geofencing options. I assume that this geofencing technology, like we're very on top, I'm not an expert in the technology, but that we're pretty on top of it so we can regulate pretty easily where the mobility devices are going within the city, correct?
Correct, yeah. So at a broad scale, we've been doing that from the start where, so we'll geofence off the beach bike path, things like that.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. And our operators that we feel confident that they're good partners and they're going to work with us on that.
I feel very confident, yeah. they've
Okay,
been responsive.
fantastic. Just had to ask. Really appreciate it. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So I think it's important to confirm, as I understand it, how many trips do we have per year on mobility devices?
The last full calendar year, we had a bit over 600,000. We're on around that pace with Spin and VO this year as well.
And about a third of those at least are replacing automobile trips, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that if we were to reduce or eliminate the program, we'd have 200,000 more car trips on the street of Santa Monica.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And with regards to the potential to get Class 1 e-bikes, we all know there's been sort of an e-bike explosion. Do we anticipate that that might even make that one-third a larger number? Because e-bikes obviously have longer ranges, and you can actually put stuff like in a cargo, in a basket on an e-bike and stuff, which scooters don't have. So do we think that maybe even more than a third of the trips on micromobility devices might replace car trips if we brought in e-bikes?
It stands to reason that adding e-bikes will improve the state of affairs in terms of displacing car trips. A lot of, so some of in fairness, some of the surveys that we're pulling this 1/3 to 2/5 number from come from a time in the city when we did have more e-bikes, so it could reflect that. But that would certainly help, yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that in 2023 there were 21 scooter crashes, correct, that we know of?
Correct, yes.
Understanding there may be some that people just didn't report. Do you have any number? I assume there were more than 21 automobile crashes in 2023?
There were very many, yes.
So, in terms of relative safety, obviously there are a lot more automobiles than there are scooters, but the fact of the matter is that in terms of, for lack of a better term, the burden of crashes on our streets, that automobiles win that hands down. Would that be fair enough?
That is fair, yes.
Right, and actually, it seems like crashes are going down. And do we have any sense of why that is? Is it just better operations, better technology, the scooters are better?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of those things. One thing that we also found in some of our pre-pandemic survey work is that as the share of users shifted towards habitual users away from one-off tourists, that understanding of rules of the road and safety improved as well. And also, there's been a long-running trend in the city in terms of bike crash reduction. So we peaked in bike crashes, I think, in 2011, and it's been a steady, long decrease since then. And I would also see this as part of that, just improved infrastructure in the roadway as well.
So as we improve our, what we typically think of as bike infrastructure, scooters can use that as well. So for example, a protected bike lane protects not only cyclists, but also scooter riders.
Yes, definitely.
So not only can we reduce the number of crashes by hopefully, have encouraging better behavior, if we build better bike infrastructure, it will also assist with other micromobility devices.
That's correct, yes.
Good to know. And then in terms of citations, I know you didn't have the number, and I know Councilmember De La Torre said that would be interesting to know. Again, if you go to look for that, I'd like to see how that number compares with automobile moving violations, because I suspect one is much larger than the other. Because I think it's important, we are measuring the burden on our streets of these devices versus very large multi-ton vehicles. And we know that if you get hit by a multi-ton vehicle, you're probably in a lot worse shape than maybe if you get hit by a scooter. Not that we want anyone to get hit by a scooter. And then with regard to helmets, I think it's just important to clarify, it's a state law that doesn't, in other words, we could not impose a helmet requirement. State law prohibits us from requiring riders to use helmets. Is that correct?
I believe so. I have to confer with the city attorney's office, but yeah, I believe that's the case.
Yeah, okay. Great, those were all my questions. Thank you very much.
Well, I have a few questions, as I'm sure you guessed. So, first, I know we're asking questions, but I'll make a declaration that I am fully in favor of a robust bike share system in the city, which we don't have right now. And I remain very concerned about that. And when we're talking about usage, we need to parse out bikes versus e-scooters as well. And when we talk about visual blight, structural blight of scooters, I think we need to parse that out as well. So that's the first thing. Thank you, Mr. Rosas. So that's the first thing. A lot of the questions have been asked, but I want to ask a few others. VO bikes, for instance. I know they have new bike technology that they can deploy. What is the average price of a ride in the city for a VO?
For VO,
for bicycles?
Yeah.
And how does it compare? I'll ask the second part. How does it compare to using an Uber or a Lyft?
So, to best of my knowledge, still, VO charges a $1 on fee and a 39 cent per minute usage fee. And so it would really depend on how long a trip takes. Yeah, it'd be sort of speculative guesswork, but yeah.
So if you were going from here, I'll use my neighborhood. If you were going from San Vicente and 4th to the 4th Street metro station, what would you assume that would cost one way? It's probably a 10 to 15 minute ride?
10 to 15 minutes, yeah, so it'd be around $5 to $6 probably.
Okay, slightly less expensive. What would that be if it was on a metro bike?
Oh, so I'd have to verify the metro bike fares actually, but it would be on the order of $1, $1 or $2, I believe. I'd actually have to verify.
So like $1 versus $5.
It would be cheaper, certainly.
Okay, so that's very important because I think what happened is Breeze, which started later than it should, a couple of years, but when it was going, has the prices crept up, and Uber and Lyft were still starting. It became less expensive to use a car than use a bike. My other question is, we have an obesity epidemic in the United States, and we have overweight people, including me, in Santa Monica. But one of my questions has been, and I think residents' questions, why aren't we docking the bikes? And especially now, if Metro comes in, they would have charging. All their docks would be automatically charging, if I recall. What do we do about the bikes left on sidewalks, on street corners? How do we stop that and in the city? How do we go back to some sort of docking stations? I understand, for instance, from talking to VO, they could dock their bikes. And I really wonder, would it be too prohibitive for people to walk a block or 2 blocks to get a bike or a scooter? I mean, have we looked at going back to a docking system and eliminating the blight, I'll call it blight, on our sidewalks? At Colorado and Ocean on Sunday afternoon at 5:30, in one cluster of all knocked down e-bikes in front of Tonga Park, there were over 30 there. A block down, there were about 20 in the actual corral station, including an illegal bike system from LA, which I had reported a week before. So how do we, have we looked at docking and returned to that? And B, how do we keep the illegal bikes out? And then I'll follow up with the geofencing question.
So in terms of looking at docking, so we haven't sort of prompted for, we haven't attempted to procure a docked system as as part of the prior contract procurement or as either of these phases. That's something that does exist some places, but we haven't explored it here since the dock breeze bike share, which saw substantially lower ridership. In terms of the sort of non-permitted, illegally deployed bikes, so this is another thing that we're actively dealing with. I think it's important to mention that would likely be, the contours of that problem would likely be the same regardless of how we structure this permit, because this program, because those exist outside of the program. And so there's a few habitual defenders, and I think it's really a matter of working with internal city staff, the code enforcement, to sort of address those as promptly as can. And we're doing our best to get at that and to impound them such that the cost of deploying legally outweighs whatever benefit they get from deploying legally.
Now, with e-scooters, I mentioned blight in other ways too, because e-scooters, even today, still, they're better than they were, but less people, I think, are riding them. And yes, more people know how to ride them than they did 6 years ago. But it appears when I walk down the street, even on my block, I know VO geofenced the property I live on. But next door, there were 4 spin bicycles, 2 of them blocking the sidewalk completely. Now, to the west of me, there's a gentleman that uses a motorized wheelchair to get around the city. And I remember when the scooters first came in, he said, if the scooters are blocking a sidewalk, at that time his wheelchair wasn't motorized, that at that point he had a real issue with trying to get down the street, trying to continue on. We seem like we haven't been able to solve that problem. There are still e-scooters that are either blocking sidewalks, laying on their side, et cetera, throughout the city. And yes, the majority of e-scooters are in the tourist areas downtown as well. But how do we find a way to solve that? And I think, I'm all for the changes that you're advocating, but I'm still remain very concerned, not about e-bikes. I'm for that, but I'm very concerned about e-scooters, especially when several cities around the world have now banned them. Paris, for instance. The question is, if you put the e-scooters to a vote of our residents, how would you think our residents would vote on the scooters? And so I wonder if you can do some sort of polling or something like you've done for Big Blue Bus plans, which you've done a great job at the last few months of trying to do Better Blue, and I just messed up the name. But that's one question is, and would you be responsive if you had residents say, no, we don't want the e-bikes? Because when I've talked to even the distributors of e-bikes, they say, yes, primarily now under 25 will use scooters, over 25 in a city will use e-bikes. And I want that first mile, last mile. I'm less concerned about the tourists or the kids at 15, 16, 17 who are using the bikes just as a, machine to get around, but not really going anywhere. Because I thought that was one of the purposes of our e-scooter, e-bike system was to be able to get people to and from Samo High, to and from Santa Monica College, to and from the 3 train stops in the city. Are we doing that effectively?
So, I mean, we could always do a better job, and I think then, we have real objectives to do a better job, both with respect to order and with respect to serving genuine connectivity purposes. With respect to order, I think it's important to mention that our current operators, I fully believe, are operating in good faith. I think they've been good partners. And I think the system has improved in order. There's certainly, more improvement to be made. I think we can do that on a number of fronts. So as I mentioned, there's the sort of the macro distribution of devices, making sure that we're not overcrowding in some neighborhoods and underproviding others. There's the more targeted provision of both the location of drop zones and incentives, making sure that as many user trips as possible in there. There's increased in sort of like, maintaining the pace of communications to the community. So in the timeline graph I showed here earlier, sorry, I thought I edited out all these transitions. There's some examples of some Take the Felony Road scooter, messaging that we put out. I think, as part of the permit program, we certainly plan on keeping up with that and just informing users of, proper etiquette and, proper way to pilot these things in a society. But there's also, there's more we can do as well in terms of incentives and working with operators, to apply sticks and carrots to the users themselves. So if they park egregiously, that's something that, and we've done this with operators in the past, where they can warn and progressively penalize and ultimately expel users who park impermissibly, who leave a scooter overturned on the sidewalk, for instance. And then as well as, like I said, exploring technological solutions to make these scooters as orderly and secure as possible in the park locations.
And one addition to that is I'll see not VO as much, but Spin. I'll see some of their scooters stay in the same place on someone's lawn for 3, 4, 5 days. The battery's obviously dead by then. Why aren't they moving them back in, picking them up, making sure they're charged, making sure they're, clean and in reasonable places? At one point, I believe we painted corrals on some of the sidewalks, and I don't see those being used either. So it's back to sort of a free-for-all when it shouldn't be. Geofencing. One of the complaints I got this weekend by 3 different residents, and one of the complaints that's happened every week for the last 3 weeks, is the Browdy Beach bike path. I thought at one point when we first started that, we even went through and for a couple of weeks in 2017, 18, the city manager was out along with the truck and police confiscating scooters on the beach bike path. Now, we obviously don't have the public safety personnel to be able to do that. But what are we doing in a chaotic beach bike path to keep scooters off of the bike path and also off the boardwalk? And in addition to that, Palisades Park, where they're not supposed to ride either.
Yeah, so in terms of the permitted operators, we're working with them just to make sure that their drop zones, their geofences are in place. To my understanding, so it could be that these complaints, just haven't made their way to my desk. But I see less complaints about them on the beach path and more non-permitted operators. In terms of non-permitted operators operating the beach path, so as non-participants in the program, we have no direct mechanism to impose a geofence on them. So the recourse for us is to penalize them for deploying here. And so we're working actively with code enforcement to try to step up that enforcement. The solution there is just to make sure that they're penalized if they're deploying here.
Are non-permitted e-scooters allowed on the bike path?
They're not allowed on the bike path, no. But
whether there are companies or someone else's.
So regardless,
if Bird or one of their companies, people come in from Venice, are they still allowed on the bike path? Or theoretically, are they not supposed to be ride on the bike path, the boardwalk, or our city parks? Is that a universal ban by ordinance in the city, or is that just the two companies that we have in the city permit system.
My understanding, and yeah, I'll have to confer, yeah, if you want to take this news.
Anuj?
Thanks, Mayor. So yes, early on in the e-scooter days, I believe in 2018 or 2019, the council at that time passed a prohibition on motorized devices on the beach bike path. So that includes all e-scooters, right? Whether it's through our program, non-permitted
Private,
operators, as Trevor referenced, but I think another point just to address some of the complaints that come in, we have seen over the last few years, many more people with their own private e-scooter, right? So they can take that on the beach bike path. They are in violation of our local code, but we can't, disable, we don't have access.
Do
to
we
create
have,
kind of
do we
geofence on a
have
private device.
signage
We do.
on the bike path, in the parks, et cetera, especially
We've done
like?
signage, we've done community education, social media, so we do have.
There is signage up?
yes. Yeah. I can't speak to whether, it's endured, but we've
No,
installed
but,
signage multiple
and I'm
times
not
over the
asking
years.
you to pinpoint each location. I just want to make sure then.
We absolutely haven't
Then
installed
if not,
signage.
we need to refresh the signage in our parks, refresh the signage on the beach bike path, et cetera.
Absolutely, Mayor. We can take a look at the condition if the signs have eroded over the years or been obscured, but we definitely in multiple waves, having been involved in scooters for more years than I care to count, I know we've done rounds of signage in the parks as well as on the beach bike path.
Okay, so my ask would be, as we obtain a robust bike share system, hopefully Metro will reach an agreement with Metro early next year, and we'll be able to have them install their docks throughout the city, which would then lead to a robust docked bike share system, which I think our residents would be ecstatic about. I'd like to see us minimize, at that point, the use of e-scooters in the city. So as we ramp up bikes, decrease the amount of scooters.
Is that a motion?
I'm asking, is that an answer, is there a, yeah, that could be a motion. Sure.
What's the motion?
As we obtain a robust bike share system composed of both electronic and standard bikes, that we start to ramp down the e-scooter system based upon surveys by the bus system, et cetera, on actual use in the city. Because I don't want, at some point in 2026, I would hate to see the voters asked to vote on whether they want a bike share system or not.
Mayor, I think you'd have to put that in the form of give direction to bring something back to effectuate
Bring it
that.
direction?
Yes.
Okay, after the motion. Okay, Councilmember Davis?
Well, maybe I was just addressing the direction. I know you cited the Paris example where they had a vote, 90% of the people in Paris in that vote voted against e-scooters, but it's important to remember that that vote, only 8% of the registered or eligible voters in Paris voted. So really, when you take 90% of the 8%, it's about 7% of the voters in Paris voted against scooters. It's not like there was some overwhelming, for lack of a better term, groundswell, and 90% of the registered voters in Paris voted against it. I mean, my concern is this, that for some people, the scooters are a better option. They like it better than bikes. If a lot of people who used to ride skateboards, or they just like to ride scooters instead of a bike. So I'd hate to see this say, well, we're going to do scooters now, but phase them out, I guess is all I'm saying. I don't think we're there yet. But since it sounds like we're not really doing that as part of the motion, maybe that was just not necessary.
Is it my turn? Is my mic working now? No?
You may have to still keep using the mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember Negrete?
I was just going to say, if I understood you correctly, just because I hate to send you guys to go back to spend time on something to come back to ultimately talk about the same thing, is that what I understood when you said there's 1,100 now and we had the 2,200, and I think Councilmember Trost has talked about, are we gearing towards going to that? Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understood is that we're not just going to go to 2,200 to go to 2,200 if there's tons of empty scooters that aren't being ridden. It's going to be matched with the demand. Is that correct? So if we get to 1,600 and we find out there's still empty available scooters, then that's probably where we'll hang out. And I would imagine then that the other modes of transportation would then maybe increase to make up that number in totality. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah. So we're going to look for a balance of device types, as I mentioned, and also thinking of that 2,200 amongst 4 operators as a cap, and that's something that we're going to rush to meet, just to meet exactly.
You're talking about scooters specifically.
Well, so I'm talking about total devices. When I say 22, I mean some of scooters and e-bikes. So right now we have 1,400 devices permitted, 900 scooters, 500 Class 2 e-bikes.
Okay.
And so I think ideally we'd like to get to a situation like we started phase 2 of the pilot program with 1,100 of each. So 1,100 scooters, 1,100 e-bikes for 2,200 devices total. But that's, I don't think we'd be seeing that as a magic number that we have to rush to. We'd be looking for, service that matches community need.
Can we just give you direction where you don't have to like come back right now to say that what we really want is to see what people are using, so, right? So you may have that in your mind, but as you are working towards that goal, if it ends up being that actually more e-bikes are being used up, and I'm assuming you get data. I don't know how you ascertain the data that says people wanted to run a bike, but they couldn't, so they got a scooter. I don't know if there's some survey that goes out or what to really identify what people are using, but that would be something that would maybe be key in figuring out what is it people want to ride. Maybe they're riding a scooter because a bike wasn't available, in which case, it's not a 50-50 split. It's something other than that. I just hope that it's dictated by what the riders are using in the realm of safety and all the other things, but not just some number to have, because then we just have a bunch of empty scooters or empty bikes, and maybe one needs to be more than the other because it's more utilized. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, yeah. And I'll say that in terms of gauging our assessment of the demand for different devices. So one thing we respond to is just, communication with community members. Like they'll say they want a Class 1 e-bike option. We can also use our data provider to look at device utilization. So that's another thing that we continue to do in the past and see the relative number of trips per available device for different device types. And typically in the city, we've seen that to be a higher number for e-bikes than for scooters, since that's an indication that all else equal, we'd be better off deploying more e-bikes.
You're saying if, that's not the case now, but you're saying if you see that, or you do
So
see that.
I'd have to check the numbers, but every time I've checked, so in our system, the e-bikes tend to get a little higher utilization than scooters.
So then maybe it wouldn't be a 50-50 split. There would be more e-bikes allowed. I guess you're saying, speaking to my point, that if you're going to look at the data and let that drive the decision of the numbers that we have, which is why this permit system also seems to be adding some flexibility, I would imagine, in changing that, because you're not locking someone in to a certain thing. We can kind of see in a summer, for example, seasonally, things might change. I don't know, and what these carriers and operators have available or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And in the existing admin regs, there's provisions both to sort of constrain the ability to expand device caps based on this idea of utilization. So in the admin regs as they're written, we're prohibited from permitting an increase in device cap unless an operator reaches a threshold utilization figure. So if they're not reaching that utilization, it's a sign that they don't really have the demand sufficient to deploy more.
Right.
That's already in there. And there's also terms permitting us to adjust these device caps, adjust them down with fair notice. And so if we got to a place where we had some other system, a docked bike system, for instance, that we thought made a certain device cap for scooters no longer necessary, that's within our rights. That's within our powers to scale that back.
And it's also within our powers, city manager, city attorney, that at some point, if constituents are bringing to us concerns, we can put that on an item as a 16 item, I would imagine, and have the discussion further with your team about the issues and questioning you and adjusting it at that point, right? Okay.
Councilmember Torosis.
Okay, so it seems there's a motion on the table. I'd like to, no, was there not a motion?
No, there is not.
Okay, sorry, Phil was trying to, I thought, okay. So just given the level of detail that we've heard, I feel confident that the city has a good handle on regulating the number of devices. And I am prepared to move to approve the staff recommendation and move forward with the permit program for up to 4 operators.
Council, if I may, I would suggest take a vote on the reject all bids first, and then the
Okay, so I
adoption of the
moved-
ordinance.
I move to reject all bids with the second.
That's the item 5A, right?
Correct.
Thank
Okay,
you,
let's do
City Attorney.
let's do a roll call on that.
Yes, well, no, but we probably should. I'm sorry, Terosis and Negrete.
yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes.
And so I now move that we adopt a finding of categorical exemption under CEQA and introduce for first reading an ordinance to repeal Chapter 3.32 of the Municipal Code and amend it to update for an ongoing permit-based program.
Second.
Fix my mic.
Okay. I have a couple of comments before we vote on this. First, I want a quick response to Councilmember Davis. A vote's a vote. So if the residents in Paris rose up and said, damn it, we want e-scooters, then there would be another vote in a general election on it. That was a special election. From what I understand, Mayor Hidalgo and everyone else in Paris have not suddenly rose up. I just think I have their name wrong. But everyone in Paris has not risen up and said, we want a new vote on e-scooters. Where did they go? And hopefully the Seine River isn't more polluted because of e-scooters being dumped in. Secondly, if I read the city right, because I go out on walks almost every day in the city in different areas, I see a lot of scooters laying around, hundreds in a couple of day walk. So my question would be, why are we insistent on increasing the amount of scooters right now and say, well, we're going to go to 1,600, 1,700, whatever, rather than looking at the use presently and deciding honestly the opposite? Do we have too many empty scooters on the streets? And then thirdly, in relation to talking about signage, I appreciate our Big Blue Bus director saying that they'll go out and look at signage, but really that should be a constant refresher. If signs are missing from our areas, then that shouldn't be something that we're going to look at every 3, 4, 5 years. And I want to add one more thing, that even though I know code enforcement is quite overburdened, but there are some days when they're down at the beach that they should make that one of their tasks if they happen to see people while they're looking at vendors, while they're looking at other things, to stop people and at least warn them that they're not supposed to be riding scooters on those areas in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Okay, we ready for a vote?
Sure.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes. And I'd like to add the direction that I mentioned earlier, that as we have a more robust bike share system, that we do poll residents on bike share versus e-scooters and try and determine actual need as we decrease the amount of e-scooters. And I hope that the 2 providers or 4 providers will also do a better job of mitigating the scooters that are left on sidewalks in parks. One of the examples for me is when I look at Palisades Park and see the groundskeepers ready to mow the lawns. And they constantly have to move e-scooters onto the street in the northern part of the city because the e-scooters have all been left on the grass. So I'd like something of that direction put in.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, of course.
Are you anticipating that ultimately there would be a ban on scooters as you move to more bikes? Or are you just saying an adjustment in the ratio of bikes to scooters depending on utilization?
I think first, we look at that.
Look at what?
Not the ban, sorry. We look at reduction as we add to bike share, but look at Big Blue Bus and Department of Transportation, DOT should be able to figure that out over time.
But, I mean, are you suggesting that,
Not suggesting a ban today.
well, let me finish my question.
Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
suggesting that the ratio would be, based on data as opposed to just sort of blind direction tonight?
Data,
So it would be like utilization data or something like that?
absolutely. And as I suggested, also polling of residents.
That's fine, too. I just wanted to be clear on what you were asked, the direction you were giving.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to
Yeah,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah, also, the data also would include, as we are talking about gathering data, incidents of crashes and injuries, so that we have a full understanding. And I've mentioned other colleagues were saying, well, let's compare that to cars, and, I'm open to that as well, not a problem, but we're talking about micromobility devices, so I definitely want to see, in terms of informing the future, right, looking at those incidents of crashes and injuries to people.
And I would assume, just as we do with any other program, that if council gets regular data metrics and reporting, we could always come back with additional direction upon viewing the data. Yeah. So I support getting data.
I would agree with that. Councilmember Zwick.
Just in the initial direction, as it was phrased, indicated polling, and subsequently I've heard people mention utilization data, but to me that seems like the best way we can tell what residents want is whether these are, which devices are being used the most frequently. So I just wanted to add that utilization data, not just polling, be consulted when it comes to that question.
And I'm suggesting, by the way, that this polling data really gets underway after we have a robust bike share system in the city. Because right now, we can't really compare. We don't have the bikes. So I see the bikes at the end of the day having much higher utilization than e-scooters and being safer for our roads in the city. Thank you.
I think one
Can
more
we-
thing.
yeah.
To add to that, one data point that would be really good is the 311 complaints. And I understand that they have decreased, but that's something that we can attain to sort of gauge where the residents are in regards to the devices.
And encourage residents to use that. I think we're still getting residents used to using a 311 system. I find all the time people say, well, nobody ever responded, nobody ever did anything. Now, I know when I use the app, automatically, I get a note on my email right away saying, here's your number, it's been recorded. And I'm a city council member, yes, I know. I always get replies. We always say, hey, the graffiti was cleaned, this was taken care of. I would hope that all residents are receiving that and all residents get used to using that 311 system for not only graffiti, but all the different things. So I filed a 311 report Sunday afternoon on the illegal bike system. A week before, I had sent a note to the city manager and to transportation. So this week, I was actually surprised to see them still there. But I did not get an answer, I don't think, on the 311 report on that.
Yeah, apologies for that. We'll look into that. But I do
I can
recall
show you
both
that,
those
but
incidents. Yeah,
I
we
know
were
I
following
got
up.
reports on the standard stuff, graffiti. That's what I look for a lot, is trying to make sure we don't get more visual blight in the city, because leaving graffiti leads to additional graffiti in the city. Thank you. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Item 14A, adoption of a resolution to place a parking facility tax revenue measure on the November 2024 ballot.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Do you have a presentation,
I
Oscar?
do. Should be in the folder.
Give us one? Oh.
Oh, you must have snuck it in late here.
Look it in there.
October? Yeah, of course. Members. You don't have to do it.
Isn't that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Per your request on July 9th at the council meeting, we're bringing back the parking facility tax proposal, which was discussed at the budget adoption meeting. The tax measure is also, we brought back an advisory measure indicating that half of the additional revenue generated should be allocated to address public safety and homelessness. The tax measure and the advisory measure language is on the slide, but it's also on your staff report. In terms of the estimated revenue, we estimate that an 8% tax increase would generate approximately $6.7 million in additional annual general fund revenues. The advisory measure would guide spending of additional resources if the measure passes, and would allocate 50% or approximately $3.35 million to public safety and homelessness, with the remaining 50% to be allocated as part of the biannual budget process. So the actions for tonight, we're requesting that you adopt the resolution, which would enable us to place the parking facility tax measure on the November 5th, 2024 ballot, which would be accompanied by an advisory measure that would allow voters to express their preference that at least half of the additional revenue generated should be allocated to address public safety and homelessness. And we're also asking you to identify the council members, if any, who wish to prepare arguments for or against the parking facility tax measure. And that's it. You're here for questions.
I'm up. Announcements, sir.
Council, Vice Mayor Negrete.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I just wanted to clarify, because of some of the mumblings around the community, that an advisory measure does not need an advisory measure committee. It does, that's not necessary, correct?
Unnecessary.
And it does give, we have had advisory measures before, and to my knowledge, unless someone can correct me up here, the money that was intended to be spent with the advisory measure has been spent on the advisory measure.
Yes.
I just want to bring up as a discussion, I know it's not something I can give direction on tonight, but I just want to put it out there that, I know there's a need to address public safety, especially our unhoused individuals, and it feels very urgent, and it is very urgent, and we want to do something now. But in lieu of uprooting, doing so many other things and having our departments go and cut their budgets, that would essentially domino effect and affect all of these things we're trying to actually address. It may not seem like it, but that's ultimately what would be done. We need to generate new money to do that. But I just want to put out that I know that there are lawsuits and there are some insurance funding that is coming in, and we've had some discussions about if there's the potential to use some of that money up front to see specifically like the CRU vans, which we already have personnel go into play, and then possibly maybe if this passes, then utilizing those funds to pay that back. I know that the city right now needs every dollar it can get, because we have a lot of debts and unforeseen debts, then we don't know how deep those are going to go. But I just want to put that out there, that that's potentially maybe a discussion we can have further to see something more instantaneous, because I know there's some concern around what if this doesn't pass, then what are we going to do when it does, if it does pass, because we think it will pull very well, especially with the advisory measure, giving the community the ability to vote and put their vote towards something that everybody's been voicing their concern on. But we might not see that funding come in until what, spring? Is that when it would be expected to come in?
If it's approved, January.
It goes in effect, but when would we really see the money?
We would come back to you in mid-year to allocate the money that's going to be generated.
So April?
Well,
April 2025.
Yeah, but just to be clear, the tax would actually go into effect on January 1st of 2025. So we would start generating revenue as parking facility operators are remitting taxes to us.
And can we just clarify when that money comes in, exactly how that works, the split, for example?
So let's say $100 comes in, $50 is going to be allocated to the advisory measure, the areas of the advisory measure, and the other 50 dollars would be allocated based on the, in accordance with the budget process. So we would come to you and say, here are the things that we want to fund. We would hear from your priorities that you want to set for us, and we would propose some enhancements.
So in order to have those, move swiftly in late August, or late September, or maybe the beginning of October, we'll be hearing from the fire department, Housing and Human Services, the police department, on what they need to address their parts of public safety, homelessness. And we will be hopefully setting direction more concrete on, based on what they tell us, right? What we think we can do with that $3.35 million. And so would that be the direction that you would have then, or do you have to wait till the money comes in and come back to us? Or could we be solidifying that preemptively so that the community also knows when they're voting on this, that we're not just voting on something that we don't know what that means to them, where's that gonna go? That we can say concrete, it means this many drones and that many police officers, it means this CRU team, it means social workers out on the street through Housing Human Services, whatever the case may be, that it's very concrete and clear as to what that money would go towards. Would that be something that would be happening at that time?
So I think from our perspective, our hope is that when we present to you later in the fall, that will serve as direction to us about your priorities around public safety and addressing homelessness, so that we'll have a good sense of where council wants to allocate those resources, so that should the tax pass, we will come back to. So when Measure CS passed, we came to in a workshop in March, and we would like to do the same next year and provide to you a list of recommendations should the tax pass of, where we would recommend the money going, but obviously council could change that 1,000%. So I think we would start off in terms of certainly the 50% that's a part of the advisory measure. I know my perspective would be we would look to this study session as a guidepost to what recommendations we bring forward to council.
Well, so I'm asking that we look to the study session for those of us that are here right now that would be proposing that that's what would happen. Because coming back to us again, that now pushes it down farther because you're actually not spending the money towards that public safety, which is why I'm bringing up in this discussion the opportunity, if at all possible, if we have insurance money from claims that have been paid that I know need to be used, I'm sure, to fill other deep holes. And I know that may not be the best way in city staff's view, but I'm just saying it could be an opportunity to do something quickly. I'm not even saying using all of it to pay it back, but for example, just something that I know that is not just tangible to show the city like, hey, look, we did something to make a statement, but something that's impactful. We did a pilot of the CRU. It was 40 hours a week. That doesn't work. We need 24/7. We need a proactive CRU that doesn't sit around at the station and wait for calls. We need one that's going to go out and hit hot spots where we know we have lots of calls and issues with our unhoused population that can give immediate response, whether that's 5150, that's taking them to the emergency room, that's taking them to a drug rehab program, taking them to shelter. It's assisting that individual right there. And we already have the vans and the staff and the setup and the model there. It's just putting it in, making it permanent and making it 24/7. But if we know that that exists and we know that that's a thing that can roll out in 2, 3, 4 weeks, that's something immediate. And I'm hoping that we can find a way to potentially borrow money potentially that we have coming in from some of the insurance claims maybe, and then if this passes, we can reimburse that. However, when the split comes down, I just don't know the mechanics around. I don't want that to slow down giving money towards the police department for more public safety from their department, whatever they present to us that would be. There might be opportunity to get some tangible things, because hiring is a different thing, right? We have open spaces, we have open positions right now that we're still trying to fill, but there might be other things that could help with this. I know Councilmember De La Torre and I have talked about, like, when I first came in, something I'm proud of is the DART team. I worked diligently on that, putting together a comprehensive group of people from different departments to address the issues in and around the pier, specifically pertaining to the vendors, but the crime that was going on and the other things that were happening, it required code, fire, police working together with the Department of Health in a unit. We called it, back then it was a different name, but now it's DART. And so I hope we can do the same thing and add an acronym to it. I think Oscar might have, we toyed around with some ideas, but that, I think you can only use 3 letters, but that really address this public safety concern from, if it's fire, police, and housing human services, then working collectively with those 3 agencies to really address something. But to this point, I just wanted to say that if there's an opportunity, and this council is open to it, to utilize money that we're getting in from insurance claims and then potentially either pay it back if and when this passes by the vote of the people, and if it doesn't, being okay with the fact that we're putting money towards something that has an immediate result on our streets that we need right now. So those are my comments, and I think you answered my question. I just want to be very clear that waiting to do some other meeting in the spring, I don't think that that's what we want to do. We need to have this meeting that comes forward. I hope that we can set that direction here if it's September, October, when police and fire and housing human services come to us and tell us, because they've worked and they know, they're out in the front lines, at least police and fire know for sure what they need, and I'm assuming housing human services as well. So they'll be able to give us clearly what the direction is, and I don't see why we can't set that direction here so that we're not waiting for the money to trickle in, to have some other meeting with an entirely maybe different council at that time.
Well, I think if we want to go that direction, I think it will be incumbent upon us to provide you with a very full picture of our financial future so you can understand what the next 6 to 9 months will look like for the city, so that as you're making those decisions, you're understanding the broader level of trade-offs. So for example, we know that we have to address lifeguard services next year. We know we'll be in labor negotiations next year. So we'll want to make sure that there's just a full picture painted for the council, so that everyone's making decisions with that long-term view in mind.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm glad we're talking about it now, because I would like for you to come back with that full picture, so we don't keep coming back, like, oh, staff needs to go. Look, I didn't want to see staff go back and spend a whole bunch of time uprooting a budget when we didn't bring this up in January, February, March, April. We brought it up at the 9th hour, minutes before the budget had to be approved so that we could have ongoing contracts go forward. That wasn't the way to do it. So we came together to combine the efforts of like a thoughtful process to generate new money, and by the vote of the people too, to hear, to have people have their say in how this money, and we added the advisory measure. So it combined the goals and efforts of this entire council, I felt, and was sort of unifying and saying, look, we know there's an issue and we know there's priorities to be dealt with, and we know public safety and our unhoused population is extremely important, and we are not the only city that is dealing with this, but here we are, and this is what we can do here as this council. So generating the new money was key. The advisory measure is key to give everybody an understanding that it's not just going to go in the general fund pot and like, then we have all this other debt and we say, oh, we can't do that because this happened, that happened. We will spend that money what we say we spend it on. However, there was Mayor Brock was trying to express a sense of urgency in saying, we need to do something right now and put this money here. And in my opinion, it wasn't to just blanket give it and say, let's make it one department's problem. I don't think that was his either, but that's how it came out, and it would have required this whole uprooting of the entire budget. But I think we need to not kick this can down the road anymore. It's not about politics. It's like we need to respond and do something. And so I understand, and in an effort to not do what we did with uprooting the whole staff's time and budget and trying to find money from a budget that's already been solidified for months, it's like, let's put something to generate new money. But if we have to take something from there, I feel like in lieu of screwing up the whole budget, it's a better option to do something now. And there's the opportunity to backfill it if this passes, which we feel pretty confident about. We've had a lot of support for it before it even had the advisory measure, and I think it'll just show that we have even more, to be honest with you. So I feel like we need to be creative. I feel like we need to get a little uncomfortable, and if it means that we, as a council, need to take from this now, which my understanding is that money wouldn't have been used till the end of the fiscal period, maybe anyways, this Euler money.
So I'll defer to the city attorney sort of on timing. What I understand is we anticipate going into mediation, hopefully on claims next spring, and the litigation against the insurance companies will be about a year out.
Except that I'm talking about the money that we received already.
We already have that money.
Right, so that money that we have, I'm saying, we could borrow from it, so to speak. We could use it for what I'm proposing. That's a legal option. That's a legal option that we could do. And then we could say that we are going to pay that money back if the advisory measure passes. So I know that's not something for you. I'm having this discussion on the dais to say that as we pass this, I want to just say to the community that this is a measure to generate new funds. It's a measure to address things of public safety. And there's an advisory measure that protects that element of what people are most concerned about, addressing our unhoused population and giving funding to the departments in this city that are on the front line doing the work every day. That's our police, that's our fire, it's housing human services, and they need more funding to be staffed up in some cases, to roll out programming, but to work cohesively and together, much like the DART team, which did a beautiful job in resolving what happened on the pier. And I think we can do the same thing here, but it is going to require some immediate funding to see any immediate beginnings of a result. And it might start slow, meaning we just start off with maybe it's the CRU van, because like I said, we already have that ready to roll, as I understand. And then from there, it could be whatever police says, they could use, and we would see rolling out and start adding those elements together. And even with the CRU van rolling out, I think there's already opportunity for police and fire to work really closely together on mitigating calls and things like that, which would already help free up units in the police department to address crime-related calls when really some of the stuff they're being pulled away on are things that the CRU van would be best suited for. So that's my comment just out there, and thank you for clarifying the questions. I just wanted to be very clear that advisory measure money gets spent on advisory measures, and that when the money comes in, it is split out dollar for dollar as each dollar comes in. Clearly, we may not get to a point where we have enough money to really spend on something that's a full program until, I don't know when that date would be. And that's really hard to say, right? We know we're going to get the money in.
We're sorry, we're going to start getting it in January, and then it'll be half of the year that we're going to get at that point. But even with just estimating what half of the year would be, we would invest in ongoing services, right? So we wouldn't invest just that half of the year amount, but it would be knowing that we're only going to get half of a year and investing in a full year of expenses.
You can count on it. and
The same,
invest
yeah,
on it.
the same way we did Measure CS.
Right, and so the 3.35 million, when is that full amount? Or
That's
the
an annual, that's an annual amount.
That's annual, 6.7, okay. So by half of the year, we would be generating that, half of the 6.7, and so that's, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I think I just, since it feels like we're in comments, obviously we've used this advisory measure format before, and I think it's important to, emphasize that this still remains a general revenue measure, and so it only needs 50% to pass, but that the advisory measure, it gives the voters the opportunity to express what they would like to see the money spent on, and that when we've used it in the past, in both instances where 50% of the money went to the school district, in fact, 50% of the money has gone to the school district. So I think that people should find some comfort in that the advisory measure has, for lack of a better term, teeth to it, not because it's a special tax that mandates spending, but because it reflects the will of the voters. We as a council and as an institution need to respect that. The other thing that I thought that might be useful in terms of reassuring people about what the intent of the measure was, is we do have the opportunity to ask the county for the initials for the measure to have. We can request certain initials, and so, for example, we could request something like PS for public safety, which I think, and then the advisory measure would be like PSX or something like that. But I think something that we can use to help convey that we're viewing this as a public safety measure, and we do have that opportunity, especially if we get our request in early rather than later. So I think that's something that we also ought to consider if we in fact decide to put this on the ballot.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for bringing this back to us today. And thank you, Councilmember Negrete, for asking for this. And bringing together the desires of council to make an impact on this issue. And I think your point to the study session happening later this fall while we won't be able to allocate the money immediately, it will very much signal to voters what we intend to spend it on when we hear from our public safety agencies what they most need. To the question of public safety, when I was reading the language of both the measure and the advisory measure, I did have just like one or two questions. I know there's a lot of complicated legal thought that goes into exactly what can and cannot be said in order to represent this correctly, follow all relevant laws, and also maintain it as a general tax. That said, I did have a question about the phrasing, just in terms of actually whether or not there was one way to just emphasize the notion of public safety even more in the way that I hear it worded currently. And I think we have a representative from the city attorney's office who's also worked on this. So I don't know if I can just ask something as to whether or not this wording would even be possible and get some sort of response on that. As currently written, the measure begins to maintain essential city services. And I know that that has to be a part of what we talk about in this measure, because that's a part of how these things are phrased. The question was, I thought I had seen it written in a different way in a previous measure where that clause was at the end of a list, where essentially the phrasing might go, to enhance public safety, create safe routes to school, and lower the risk of fatal traffic accidents, and maintain other essential city services. And whether or not, well, that's my question, because I thought I saw that at a previous iteration where it said, and maintain city services at the end of the list, but.
Yes, I think if you want to move that phrase to follow those other two phrases you've outlined, I think that would still be legally permissible.
Okay, because I thought I saw it written that way in another iteration. My point was only that way it starts by saying to enhance public safety, which to me reads stronger and more to the message of what we're all talking about on council, on this dais. So that was my only question and on the language.
As long as it's not, doesn't turn it into a
Right.
specific measure.
That's my question.
It's not going to change anything. I mean, it's not a big change, but this is the language that we tested with the polling. This is the exact language, so just want to point that out. So,
Councilmember Terosas.
I am. That was my question on that language. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think where you were pulling from, Councilmember Zwick, so I think this is where, because I was just trying to look at some other stuff with Measure CS that we did in 2022, we started that one off directly by saying to address homelessness, improve 911 response times. So that may be something we can look at.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to propose and perhaps give direction or propose if and when we approve this language to potentially just reorder that to start with enhancing public safety and end with maintain other essential services. But, yeah.
Okay, I'll go.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I would concur that if feasible, we put enhance public safety first. And just looking at this, I also want to thank Councilmember Negrete for bringing this forward. I think it's no secret that we absolutely need revenue. We all want to enhance our public safety. We all want to make sure that we have safe streets, clean and safe. I think we all have heard that multiple times, and I feel that this is squarely in line with our clean and safe objectives. And unfortunately, the money is not flowing into the city coffers from settlements and everything, that we've been used to in the past, and so we need this. And I'm ready to support this.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, I think this is really important that we brought this back and that we are being thoughtful in terms of how we give an opportunity for our residents, to take action as well in the election to enhance our resources so that we can do the job of strengthening our public safety plan. I think it's real important to use the word enhance versus maintain. I think there's a big difference. So just in terms of the wordsmithing, I think it goes a long way. I also think that maybe we should do like SSM, which would be Safer Santa Monica. I know we can only use like 3 words. Public safety, it's kind of
You can only use 2 letters.
only 2 letters.
The original one and then a third one for
Okay, so if we can, I've been brainstorming a whole bunch of them, but I think Safer Santa Monica might be, like SSM might be something that could work for us. But in any case, this is very important. I think this gives an opportunity for the residents to step up as well, and to take action in the election. And so I think that's really, really good for people to have ownership, of these decisions. This is not just us making a decision, it's taking collective action with our residents, and I think that's very positive. Thank you.
Well, in general, I'll say that I'm opposed to new taxes in our city. However, this measure is of utmost importance to our residents. And if we can find a way to, all of us together, to push this measure to residents, and as Council Member Vice Mayor Negretti said several times, to make sure they fully understand where the money will be going, that this is not going to be a diversion, that it's going to go, 50% of this money is going to go to public safety, the other 50% to safe routes to school, to finding a way to lessen traffic accidents in the city perpetually, then it's a good measure. That doesn't cost the average resident in our city anything. And as much as, I want us to live within our means in the city, we're in a crisis. And you've all heard me say this now for a month and a half. And all you have to do is walk outside and walk down a street and see. We have issues on our streets in the city that we have to try and solve. So I appreciate Council Member Negretti, Vice Mayor Negretti, bringing this back. I thank you for this, and I thank you for working out a compromise on this so that we can put this into effect. And I fully support Vice Mayor Negretti's idea that we do the one study session in September and declare at that time, as much as we can, where the public safety money will go. Is it a revised, improved CRU? Is it more police on our streets? Whatever it is, that's going to lessen the burden on our residents, then we have to go for. So I will absolutely support this measure, and I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this back and recognizing that this is a significant issue in the city of Santa Monica right now. We have to find ways to deal with it. Thank you. Councilmember Delatorre?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'd move.
Do we also need to say who's writing the arguments now, or do we just pass it first and then talk about that?
Well,
We should do it now.
you can do it all together.
Can it be more than one council member, or does it have to just be one?
It could be more than one.
It can be more than one, but you only can have 5. So if you do 2, then you can only have 3 governmental agencies
I don't know.
or other people.
So it's subject to the Brown Act?
Well, no, it's just you can only have 5. So if you use your total of 5 with 2 council members, then you lose an ability to put someone else from the community. So if you wanted, just hypothesizing here, people, and I'm not, so if you wanted to say we want the police union, the fire union, SEPs, and the Chamber of Commerce, then you can have one room for a council member. But if you put a second council member on it, then one of those groups can't be on it, because you can have a maximum of 5.
You are one of the 5.
Right, that's the only thing. So
I don't mind doing it, but Zwick, I know you proposed this text at the beginning, if it's something you want to do.
I'm happy to sign my name to an argument and work on that argument and obtain other support.
I think that makes sense, since Vice Mayor Negretti's already on the business tax reform. She's been on that and did that hard work, so we can share that burden a little bit.
Giving you some of the help for public safety.
Yeah,
I
and
would
if we
take all the help I can
enough
get.
community organizations, council member, I'd be happy to co-sign with you.
I would appreciate any help I could get on this,
Okay.
yes.
Might just only count. I don't
Yeah.
think you can because you're running for election.
Let's be mindful of the Brown Act,
Okay,
too.
then I can't.
Yeah, as a matter of policy, we normally
I don't
let-
know if I'm running yet, first of all.
Well, but you would have to say I'm not, because it's going to have to happen within the next 20 days.
Okay.
So, yes. So I would move that we adopt that there's no CEQA implications and a resolution to place a measure on the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election ballot to increase the city's parking facility tax rate by 8% and exempt city-owned lots and structures from the tax increase, which would be accompanied by an advisory measure that would allow voters to express their preference that at least half of the additional revenue generated by the parking facility tax measure should be allocated to address public safety and homelessness, addressing the wordsmithing that Councilmember Zwick has proposed, and that we identify Councilmember Zwick to work to prepare the arguments and solicit support for the arguments to be put in the ballot pamphlet.
I'd like to second that, but I wanted to add, if it's necessary at this stage, to add in that we give direction when we come back in the fall as to how that money will be spent in the advisory measure.
I mean, I don't think that's part of the motion. I think we can
Okay,
give that direction.
Well, I just want to give that direction so that it doesn't end up
Is
coming
that,
back.
is that different than the study session we're bringing to you?
No, it's not different.
No, but I think that's direction. I don't think we should clutter the motion. The motion should be clean because it is something to be put on the ballot. Because we're actually talking about putting something on the ballot. I think giving direction as part of the motion would clutter it up. And I think
Typically, we vote on the motion, then give the direction.
Okay.
And I would suggest we read the exact language into the record, too.
Okay, and do we have that?
I have the suggested change if.
All right, why don't you go ahead?
The language that, the suggested change was to enhance public safety, create safe routes to school to protect children, lower the risk of fatal traffic accidents, and maintain other essential city services. Shall the measure increasing the City of Santa Monica parking facility tax by 8% for users, including visitors and tourists, causing no additional cost in city-owned lots and structures, including downtown and the beach, because of a partial city exemption, generating approximately $6,700,000 annually until ended by voters, be adopted.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you reread the first part of that?
I'll just read the portion that I was proposing a change on.
No, yeah, whatever the first, I just wanted to make sure we were still emphasizing public safety, that wasn't being.
That's what he proposed.
So the current version says to maintain essential city services, including a list, and I'm proposing to enhance public safety, create safe routes to school to protect children, and lower the risk of fatal traffic accidents.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I got it.
Lower the risk of fatal traffic accidents and maintain other essential city services. It's just taking the first clause and putting it at the end.
Yeah, he's making public safety in the front and putting the essential city services in the back. And I second that.
And that's still the same 75 words. Did we count the words?
Yeah, I lost the word including and I added the word other.
Okay, I mean, as long as it's 75 words.
We'll check it.
It's legal. Okay.
I'll second the motion with the new verbiage.
Okay, can we do a roll call, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick, I'm sorry, Para?
Yes.
And Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes.
And then I just wanted to give that direction that we've come back in the fall, and when we do that, that's when we solidify what we would be spending the advisory measure money on.
And I just want to state on the record that the argument for the measure is due in the clerk's office by August 6th at 5 p.m.
And we also have to have that, I thought it was 3 letters, but it looks like it's 2. So if we decide to call it a Measure PS, Public Safety, do we need to do that tonight? Or do we just do that by the time we turn it in August 6th?
Yeah, so I believe based on the 2022 election, we can do 3 letters because we had Measure HMP. So we do it as an option, but as I recall, City Clerk, we have to submit a few options to
Right.
the
Okay.
county because
And you just need
the
to,
way this works, we may not get our first choice.
you need to be careful, and you have to, the advisory measure and the funding measure and the advisory measure have to have related letters. So like when we had GS and GSH, or Y and YY, they can't be like two totally different measures.
The funding measure,
Because Dean
meaning,
Logan started yelling at us when we were
so you're
doing
talking
that.
about the top part and the bottom part would have to
Right,
have-
right.
okay.
And then you just need to be careful, like you wouldn't want to do SS for obvious reasons. Or S, I mean, sometimes we do SM, and that always makes me a little, but, yeah, I mean, so the two have to have related. You couldn't do like A, B, and C, D. The
They have
county
to have
registrar doesn't like that. They want it to be clear that they're connected because they appear alphabetically in the ballot. So if you dislocate them, then they're in separate spots.
So if this has to be turned in August 6th, do you know what I mean? Is that something that Zwick's turning in with those arguments and coming up with, or like,
I did have a question related to that.
yeah?
So I think I heard something about a consultant. Is there some process? And do all the names also have to be submitted at that time as well with the
Yes.
argument?
Yes,
Okay,
all five need to be wet signatures. We can talk about that
And
offline.
this is for both of the measures, I
Yes,
imagine? Okay.
yes, it's for both the measures.
I just did it for the first time.
Yeah,
City clerk's office will provide you with all the documentation.
yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Item 14B, adoption of a resolution disapproving signs placed on the Third Street Promenade.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Mayor, did you want me to do a brief introduction?
yes.
No. So
I was
council.
looking around to see who was coming up.
Right, this is brought pursuant to a prior 16 item where the council had requested us to bring back a resolution disapproving of the signs placed on the promenade. So that's what the resolution reflects. I will note that I think we all know the signs have been replaced at this point, but that doesn't mean they couldn't return also. So the resolution in front of you expresses the disapproval of the signs that have been up for a while.
The ones that were up before?
Correct.
Not the one,
All right, Councilmember Davis.
The signs that suggested that the city manager supported the
right.
needle exchange program and so forth.
So Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, well, and I want to say two things. One is, I think the removal of the original sign is somewhat of an indication that perhaps we were actually right, that they did misstate the facts. And two, although the current sign, of which I'm proud to be displayed up there, doesn't say specifically so-and-so approves of this, calling it Mount Drugsmore certainly doesn't suggest that we're not, it conveys the same message, just in a different way. And so I think it's fine to pass the resolution because the other sign could be put up tomorrow if we don't. But I also wanted to point out, I just think there's a typo in section 2, after the now therefore. It says the resolution shall posted. I think that just needs to be, sorry. The proofreader in me woke up when I was reading this, but so that, I just wanted to point that out.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yeah. Okay, I think everyone here knows that I think we all stated previously our feelings on this. I'm very supportive of the resolution. Thank you, City Attorney, for preparing it. I just want to say a couple of things. The banner disparages our city, in case anyone hasn't seen it, and apparently there's a new one. So the banner disparages our city. It disparages our city manager. It's completely offensive. It's absolutely false, as I stated last time. The previous banner was even reported as containing false information, and a cease and desist was sent to the property owner. And quite frankly, it discourages economic activity in our downtown. So the very businesses who are trying to recover are being harmed by this one property owner who refuses to remove his sign. And I also find it really offensive that the Santa Monica Coalition is attempting to weaponize free speech to justify the spreading of misinformation. It's not acceptable. I just want to say I fully support our city manager and our city staff, and fully support our business community. We know we want to make Third Street vibrant. We know we want to make it safe. This is absolutely not the way to get there. So thanks, everyone, and I'm prepared to support the resolution.
Vice Mayor Negretti.
I think what's unfortunate about the signs is the misinformation is alluding to the fact that somehow we are supporting something that some of us have worked diligently at removing these programs in our public spaces. And all this seems to have done so far is actually thwarted some of those efforts, unfortunately. My other concern is just yesterday I visited a business directly across the street from the sign, And once they were asking me who I am and what I do, they immediately said, how do we get that sign down? It's so bad for our business. And I said, oh, you mean the businesses don't support this sign? They said, no, in fact, the bigger the sign, the worse it is, and the business looks boarded up, so all of it doesn't look like it's inviting to people here. And look, if you're gonna put a sign up there, at least have the facts right and have the entities and the people who are really financing and putting this program in our public spaces. But right now, we are working with those entities, and it may not be as quick as the public would like to see, and it's not as quick as we would like to see. But we have so much control, and the county has so much control, and then there's philosophy behind that. But the way you resolve those issues is not stamping your feet and yelling and screaming and arguing your point of view against someone else's. You come to a table, you have a discussion, and you accept that people have differing views, and people have, these people, this is their job, and their data says one thing, and maybe our common sense and what we do and what we see around the city says something else. But at the end of the day, the way to get things done is to work with people, and that is not helping any of it. I can tell you that right now. So it's not making anybody do anything. All it's doing is using up what could be a viable space to rent out on the promenade, to add more shoppers and tourists to our promenade and serve the local community. And instead, it's not being offered for rent at all. And in fact, it's just a placeholder to hold a sign that says something that's incorrect about our city. At least now it's half incorrect because they're putting names of our council and city manager up there that have not said that they support that. And so the message itself, although indirectly, is alluding to the fact that these people are supporting this, which is not true. And that just says something that's defamatory to our city. And I don't see what it does in terms of, the whole argument is that we need to bring back a robust shopping community to our downtown area. We want to bring back our locals, and signs like that are confusing to tourists and send the wrong message to our locals. So for that reason, and because I am a small business owner, and I will tell you firsthand that the business I was in across the way, which has amazing suits, by the way, apparently you go in there, Gallinis, they are father and son business, and they've been in Santa Monica since the 80s. They were in the indoor mall, they left, they came back a year ago to the promenade, and it's upsetting for that small family business to see that sign right outside their door. It's detracting. People look at that before they come into their store, and I think that is the 9th business owner. Many of the businesses that I spoke to are not even on that block, and they're aware of that sign. And I have not heard one business owner say that they support that. And in fact, they all say that they think it detracts from the promenade, which affects their business. And as somebody who's a big advocate for especially our small business owners who struggle in this climate, like I don't see what good it's doing. It's actually pulling more people. I don't know why I'm directing this conversation to you guys, but it's pulling people away from our promenade, and we don't want to do that. So for that matter, I'm all for free speech. You can say what you want, but when you're purposely using your business just to put up a banner and not putting the space up for rent instead and putting in something positive in there, maybe that would be a better space. If that coalition wants to hold their meetings there and have information sessions and invite public officials to come in and speak, that would be a better use than having that sign up there that doesn't allow anybody to actually get the factual information around it.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'll just quickly echo all the sentiments that were already expressed today and add one thing. There's been some misleading comment that I think was addressed at the last meeting as well, that the city is somehow curtailing free speech with this resolution, but as is quite clear, and as the city attorney had previously addressed, we allow residents and property owners and business owners to say whatever they want. And we too are allowed to say whatever we want, including the fact that your sign is juvenile and misleading. So it's not anyone's, we're not restricting anyone's free speech, we're exercising our own, and I feel happy to do so.
You're next.
So let's take a good picture. So look I had some sympathy because he took down the signs that we originally looked at. and thought were extremely offensive. He put up a new sign. You know, the problem is he's still degrading the promenade. I know his purpose. I know what the gentleman thinks he's doing. But it's not really working. What he's doing is costing his fellow merchants business. What he's doing is costing our downtown business. And, by the way, his banners don't address downtown. His banners address drugs in our parks and drugs on our streets, which is a county-wide, statewide issue that we're all diligently trying to do everything we can to solve. It may not be as quick as he wants, but his object should be to work with his fellow merchants, to work with the people on the promenade, to work with the people on 2nd and 4th Street and Ocean Avenue, and trying to attract more business to the promenade and more people, more shoppers, more diners, more people to the promenade. And he's not recognizing that our police department, downtown Santa Monica, is making real efforts to try and turn this around, to make it better. New property owners on the promenade, et cetera, are working on solutions. And while I'm not fond of condemning people for their free speech or their signs, in this case, it's been egregious for 2 years. And even though he changed the sign, it's still frankly egregious. So I will join the rest of my colleagues in voting for this measure. And if there are no other comments, would someone like to make a motion?
I don't think I should since I'm on the side.
I'll make a motion.
You're on Mount Rushmore.
But I got the Lincoln spot, so it's
Sure,
good.
second.
I'm sorry, who was the motion? Okay. Verosis is second.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre has left the meeting. Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes. Motion passes 6-0.
Item 16A, designation of voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo to be held October 16th through the 18th, 2024 in Long Beach, California. I think it's pretty clear what we need to happen here.
Okay. And I will be uncustomary and break in at the start. I am already attending and would appreciate being the voting delegate once again, as I'm on several of the committees of Cal Cities.
Great.
Happy to support that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
We were going to offer ourselves up, Christine and I, because you've done it and you're on those things, but if you feel like that's,
You could be the alternate. Are you going?
yeah, I
Vice
was
Mayor,
registered to go.
it'd be honored if you would be the alternate.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can go no matter what.
Yeah, you can go no
it
matter what.
doesn't matter.
I don't need to be the alternate, actually, if you want to be the alternate for leaving. No, really.
You're in council for the next 2 years for
That's
sure.
true.
I don't know if I'm gonna still be here, so.
Okay, I'll be the alternate.
Okay, so the
The League of Cities, right?
yes, this is for the League of Cal Cities.
Cities.
So the motion, I guess?
I've just never been to it, so.
Motion would be that Mayor Brock and Vice Mayor Negrete be the delegates for Cal Cities. And of course, any other council member is encouraged to attend. It's in Long Beach, it's local, it's a drive.
I went last year. It was great.
Okay, do we have a voice vote?
Well, you need a motion. Someone needs to make the motion.
I thought I just did. Oh, I moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, Councilmember Zwick seconded.
Okay, now we can have a voice vote.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item 16B, request of Mayor Brock and Councilmember Davis that the city attorney return at the next meeting with his proposals included in the staff report for the July 9 meeting to address the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision in Snyder, which, absent a clear ban on gratuities by a local jurisdiction, purports to allow city officials to accept gratuities. This item was not addressed by council at its last meeting.
So I'm going to kick this off here in what has to be one of the strangest decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court said that if you give someone something of value before they vote, it's a bribe. But if you give something of value to someone after they vote, it's a gratuity. And it said that gratuities were okay. And while they were addressing the ethics and ethical obligations of elected officials under a federal statute, the various firms like Burke, Williams, and Sorensen and stuff have said that, it does open the possibility that absent a ban, it does allow localities to ban gratuities, but says that if they don't, it leaves open the possibility that if, for example, we were to pass a vote, we has to vote tonight on scooters, and someone from VO would say, great job, here's free meals for a year, or $5,000, that could be characterized as a gratuity. And obviously, while I'm sure we would all love to get gratuities, that's probably not the most ethical thing to do. We shouldn't be accepting free or discounted meals or services from anybody. And I think that's really important. So at our last meeting, we had a series of issues brought by the city attorney, including the fourth bullet point in that was this issue on gratuities, and this is just to have the city attorney bring it back as a standalone item, simply because we never got to it at the last meeting. We didn't vote on it one way or the other, and so there's no need to be who was in the majority or the minority. There simply was no vote. But I think it's important that our local ordinances make it clear that elected officials or public officials generally in Santa Monica may not accept gratuities in any form.
I want to say that in a bipartisan show of support, even though we're not partisan, I absolutely support this. And even though jokingly I put my half-filled water glass up to accept tips, I think that would be, not only is it one of the worst decisions in Supreme Court history, but it's absolutely ridiculous. We're not up here to accept tips. We're not up here to accept gratuities. So Lana's putting it up, I'll put it up. But the real fact is, it's not something that our city, our residents, or our city council members ever want to see happen. And if there's no other quotes, I think we could be out of here
Before 10 o'clock.
before 10 o'clock.
Woohoo.
And so can we take a vote?
Well, I think we need a
Motion.
Yeah, we need a motion.
Move the item.
All
Second.
right, there you go.
I'm sorry, the too many voices.
Councilmember Parra moved, Vice Mayor Negretti seconded.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
At 9:54 p.m., I vote yes. And we are adjourned. Thank you so much.
And I.
Congratulations.
Oh.
My last chemo today. I was in the hospital for 10 hours and then came straight over here.